Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the National Information Day on Marie Skłodowska-CURIE Actions, which is organized by the Technology Center of the Czech Academy of Sciences in cooperation with European Commission and the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports. My name is Petra Fedorová, and I am the national contact point for Marie Skłodowska-CURIE Actions and European Research Council grants. And together with my colleague, Zuzana Šimek, who is sitting next to me, and we will be the moderators of the event. And now I will pass the floor to Ms. Nadia Koníčková, who is the Deputy Head of the Technology Center and also the Head of the National Information Center for European Research. And Nadia, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, dear ladies and dear gentlemen, dear participants, distinguished speakers. On behalf of the Technology Center of the Czech Academy of Sciences, I would like to welcome you cordially at the National Information Day on Marie Skłodowska-CURIE Actions. As it was already said by Petra, this event is co-organized jointly with the European Commission and Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports, and we appreciate very much this collaboration. I would like to welcome representatives of the Commission, Mrs. Julie Lepretre and Mrs. Victoria Tsukala. Thank you very much for your willingness to provide useful information and inform about novelties in Marie Skłodowska-CURIE Action to the Czech audience. Today's Info Day is the first event organized in 2022 by the Technology Center in support of participation in Marie Skłodowska-CURIE Action and calls. The event attracted more than 130 participants, and we hope that their interest will result in future successful applications. The Info Day will be followed by other information and training actions focused on this important part of Horizon Europe. Technology Center provides specialized services to the Marie Skłodowska-CURIE applicants, consultations, trainings, proposal pre-screening. We also monitor participation of Czech researchers in Horizon Europe, including Marie Skłodowska-CURIE Actions, and you will learn more about it later. I'm also glad that we will present today's services of EURACCESS centers, and as well, you will learn about the implementation of Seal of Excellence in the Czech Republic, which will enable funding of more high-quality projects. And the details will be provided later by colleagues from the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports. Last but not least, I believe that several success stories presented today will be an inspiration, especially for newcomers. Dear participants, I wish you a useful event and a lot of success in participation in Marie Skłodowska-CURIE Actions.
Thank you very much, Nadia, for these introductory words. As you already heard, the event will be divided into 3 sessions, and as Nadia mentioned, you will hear about the program Marie Skłodowska-CURIE Actions as a whole. We will also focus on open science and research data management in Marie Skłodowska-CURIE Actions, and also we will, or you will hear more information about the evaluation procedure and hear some success stories. Please, for questions, use slido.com. The code is MSCA 2022. And yes, I wanted to say as well that the event will be web streamed today and recorded. The recording will be uploaded to our webpage after the event, together with the presentations. And in the morning sessions, we will take your questions after the whole session, not after every presentation. So it's just to let you know. And I think with this we can move on to the main program. I will pass the floor to Mrs. Julie Lepretre, who is Policy Officer in the Directorate General for Education, Youth and Sports and Culture. at the European Commission, and she will tell you more about the program of Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions and the main novelties under Horizon Europe. So, Julie, please, the floor is yours. Okay. Are you muted?
Okay. I'm not anymore, right?
Okay, we can hear you.
Sorry.
Please go on.
Yes, good morning. Good morning to all. Dobrý den. I'm delighted really to be here with you this morning for this National Information Day on the MSCA, on the Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions, but indeed I will use the nickname MSCA, it will be easier. And I would like to thank specifically the Technology Center of Czech Academy of Sciences and of course our contacts, our MSCA national contact points in Czech Republic for the organization of this event and the continuous support. Thank you very much. Speaking to you this morning actually has a particular resonance because I lived in Prague for a few years and I definitely would like to be with you this morning on site. So my name is Julie and I'm a policy officer in the Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions unit within the Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture at the European Commission. Before starting with my presentation as such, I just would like to address briefly the dramatic situation of Ukraine. So just, I guess you know that I would like to say that the EU condemns in the strongest possible terms Russia's military aggression against Ukraine. The EU have adopted a package of massive and targeted sanctions which target Russian economy and its political elite. The EU has also strengthened its sanctions against the regime in Belarus as it is complicit in the aggression against Ukraine. Commissioner Gabriel, the Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth, has made a declaration condemning the military aggression and announced measures in the fields of research and innovation, in line with what has been decided for all EU programs. In this respect, we have ceased our scientific cooperation with Russia. There is a need to be clear and unequivocal. Russia is now the only country in the world whose participation in Horizon Europe is excluded. And it will remain so as long as the illegal occupation of Ukraine continues. We are strongly committed to ensuring a continued successful participation of Ukraine and Ukrainian entities in Horizon Europe. These last days, the European Commission launched the European Research Area for Ukraine, ERA for Ukraine, portal, which is a one-stop shop for information and support services to Ukraine-based researchers and researchers fleeing Ukraine. The portal brings together initiatives at EU level, at national level, and from non-governmental groups. It aims to help affected researchers find housing and job opportunities, facilitate the recognition of their diplomas and other services. I will maybe share in the chat the link to this European Research Area for Ukraine, because it might be of interest to all of you. We will, of course, continue to mobilize and to help Ukrainian researchers. That said, I will now come to my presentation on the Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions. Actually, you will hear more about the details of each of the actions with Susanna and also with her colleagues and other speakers, notably indeed through concrete examples during the day. But I would like to start this Information Day by giving you a general overview of the MSCA under Horizon Europe, which actually have a new motto, developing talents, advancing research. It is meant to highlight the essence of the MSCA, actually excellence, research, and development of skills. For you to know that overall, the MSCA under Horizon Europe will continue playing a key role in training highly skilled, adaptable, and resilient researchers which actually has been revealed crucial during the pandemic and which will be crucial, of course, for the post-COVID recovery. In the years to come, I will develop this further in my presentation later on. International, cross-sectoral and interdisciplinary cooperation as the key dimensions of the program will be further enhanced. We have also introduced novelties from a policy point of view, and I will come back to them as well, such as the MSCA Green Charter or new guidelines for the supervisors. I'm sure that many of you already know the MSCA, but I do believe also that it's important for all of you to hear about, let's say, the general framework of the MSCA. So the MSCA are part of Pillar 1 under the New Horizon Europe program for research and innovation. And as you know, it's the pillar which funds excellent science, which support frontier research and breakthrough scientific ideas. It also allows teaming up the best researchers from Europe and beyond, and it equips them with skills that are needed in the academic and non-academic sectors and offer them access to excellent research infrastructures. You possibly knew, as I was mentioning right before, the program under Horizon 2020, and you will see that actually there is no revolution as regards the MSCA. The actions, as you knew them maybe before, will continue to be funded under new names, and what we try to do is really to simplify, to make the actions more accessible and understandable, and especially to newcomers. Here you have some key figures from the past 7 years. And as you can see on screen, the MSCA has reported 65,000 researchers in Europe and beyond, including 25,000 doctoral candidates, as well as more experienced researchers. They have funded more than 1,000 excellent international doctoral networks. And it is actually also important to us to stress that the MSCA are a program to the benefit of researchers, but also of institutions. The program has also promoted strong links beyond academia with industry and SMEs. That's something also we will try to develop in the years to come. 4,500 companies and non-academic organizations have been involved in the program so far. One of our priorities is also to support women into research and to contribute to achieving equal access of women and girls to science. And female researchers make up almost 42% of the program. I believe that after my presentation, you will have more detailed information on the participation of Czech Republic into the program. So I won't go to these figures now, but I will be happy, of course, to develop further if needed. What are the MSCA basically? So MSCA is the EU reference program for postdoctoral and postdoctoral training, contributing to develop highly skilled researchers able to detect and tackle upcoming challenges, communicate scientific evidence to policymakers, but also to the public, and to work across disciplines. It also provides researchers with skills needed in the labor market to innovate, and which is very important, and that's the reason also why we want to stress the link with companies, with industry. The idea is also to be able to convert knowledge and ideas into products and services for economic and social benefit of our societies. The program contributes also to develop excellent doctoral programs, enhancing the global attractiveness and visibility of institutions involved, and to promote the EU's global attractiveness for talents. Total budget under Horizon Europe is 6.6 billion euros. And I would like also to add that actually the MSCA has a worldwide coverage. Some of the key features. So the MSCA supports researchers at any stage of their career with a focus on their training, skills, and career development. The MSCA promotes structuring impact on organizations, as I already mentioned before. It's a bottom-up program. This is something which is very important to understand as regards the MSCA. It is open to all scientific disciplines. We do not organize targeted calls. Actually, the proposals are selected on the basis of their excellence, impact, and quality, and efficiency of the implementation. The MSCA support international, cross-sectoral, and interdisciplinary cooperation. As I said before, that's the key dimensions of the program. As regards the international dimension, the program is open to researchers from all over the world. Today, actually, about 40% of MSCA researchers are from outside the EU. It was the most international program under Horizon 2020, and we really hope it will continue to be the same under Horizon Europe. As regards cross-sectoral and interdisciplinary cooperation, MSCA, as I already mentioned, promotes strong links beyond academia with industry and SMEs, including, and that's new under Horizon Europe, with financial incentives. They also promote attractive working and employment conditions. The MSCA researchers are recruited under employment contract with social security coverage, sickness insurance, and monthly allowances to cover their living, mobility, and offers family costs. A quick reminder of the policy background, principles, and priorities of the program. So the MSCA are really at the crossroads of the European research area and the European education area, contributing actually to both of them. They contribute to the EU external policy objectives, being, as I just mentioned, the most international action of Horizon 2020 and hopefully of Horizon Europe. They can also count on a large and active global network of alumni. The MSCA are committed to the European Charter for Researchers and Code of Conduct for the recruitment of researchers, which aims to give researchers the same rights and obligations throughout the EU. It addresses actually both the researchers and the employers. These are key elements in the EU policy to make research an attractive career, and they promote open, merit-based, and transparent recruitment procedures. MSCA also supports open science, and actually you will have a dedicated presentation on that topic right after. But to say it very briefly, it's a way to have more open and collaborative ways of working together, exchanging and communicating data. I won't go further than that because indeed you will have a presentation on the topic. As regards the MSCA under Horizon Europe, the architecture has been simplified. We have abolished sub-actions, for instance. We have aligned the rules across the actions. We have made their names more intuitive, especially to newcomers. We have also introduced restrictions in order to reduce the number of applications and the evaluation burden. And we have introduced as well new guidelines on supervision. So the European Commission has published last year the MSCA guidelines on supervision, building on the existing requirements under the MSCA, which already require adequate supervision, mentoring, and appropriate career guidance for researchers. These recommendations will serve as a reference for host institutions and supervisors to ensure that researchers are adequately supervised from the outset and throughout the duration of their research project. We try also to promote we want to promote sustainable behaviors and policies, support policy and decision making. So for instance, the MSCA Green Charter follows the European Commission's commitment to tackle climate and environmental related challenges. And the MSCA Green Charter has been laid down a set of general principles that promote the sustainable implementation of research activities in line with the European Green Deal and the Sustainable Development Goals. So this MSCA Green Charter has been published last year as well, and proposed actions which include, for instance, prioritizing the use of low carbon forms of transportation, reducing the use of consumables and energy, ensuring also the sustainability of project events, amongst others. MSCA beneficiaries and researchers are encouraged to observe this Green Charter during the implementation of their projects, fellowships, on a best effort basis. We would like also to reinforce synergies with other Horizon Europe programs and with other EU funding programs such as Erasmus+, or also the synergies, for instance, with the EIT. The MSCA are already a gender-friendly and inclusive program, but of course, more improvements could be even done. So, as I said, under Horizon 20, over 42%, actually over 41%, sorry, were female. And in line with the Charter and Code, all MSCA projects are encouraged to embrace diversity. I would like to maybe make a quick point on gender. I'm not going through each of the points because I believe also that here, if you have any questions, we'll be able to address them together during the question and answer session. But I wanted to have an additional point on the gender equality plans. So for you to know that integrating the gender dimension into research and innovation content becomes a requirement by default under Horizon Europe. Specific funding will be dedicated to gender and intersectional research, to developing inclusive gender equality policies in support of the new European research area, and to empowering women innovators. Gender equality plans will gradually become part of the eligibility criteria for public bodies, research organizations, and higher education establishments from EU countries and associated countries applying to the program. And actually, in the MSCA, it already applies as of 2022 in each of the actions. Here as well, I will be happy to go further in case of any questions on your side. We also encourage academia, non-academia collaboration. So there is an emphasis on intersectoral cooperation to ensure that researchers are equipped with skills that are needed in enterprises, including SMEs, as well as other socioeconomic actors, such as government institutions, NGOs, museums, or hospitals. And also, as I said already before, to turn more research results into future projects or services, and to inform research about the needs of business. Currently, 50% of MSCA fellows have already benefited from some form of cross-sectoral mobility. And we have introduced new financial incentives for the setting up of industrial doctorates under doctoral networks by offering financial support for up to 15 doctoral candidates instead of 10 for regular doctoral networks. Under our postdoctoral fellowships, we will offer an additional period of up to 6 months to researchers who intend to spend part of their fellowship in the non-academic sector. As mentioned before, you will go through these different actions later on during the day with the other speakers, with Susanna as well. But maybe just a quick overview of the different actions. So as you see, the MSCA embed 5 actions: doctoral networks, which are basically doctoral programs in and outside academia, including joint and industrial doctorates; postdoctoral fellowships, which support excellent postdoctoral researchers; staff exchanges, which support research and innovation staff exchanges, as the name says it clearly; co-fund, which is about co-funding doctoral and postdoctoral programs; and MSCA and citizens, which is about public outreach events. I have inserted here one slide per action, one quick slide actually per action, because again, you will have the possibility to discuss this further with more details later on. But maybe just to insist a bit, so about the postdoctoral fellowship, we support here at postdoctoral research and careers. The target group is postdoctoral researchers, and the objectives are to build on or to develop new mindsets, new approaches to research, innovation, and skills through interdisciplinary, intersectoral, and international experience. As mentioned, we try also to develop skills in and outside academia and to foster excellence. As regards staff exchanges, it's about encouraging intersectoral exposure through incentives. The support goes to high added value collaborative research and innovation projects to exchange staff in the EU, associated countries, and beyond. Again, we are talking here about international, intersectoral, interdisciplinary secondments, and the support is provided to partnerships of universities, research organizations, businesses, etc. Target group is research, technical, administrative, and managerial staff, in order to be able to share knowledge and ideas at all stages of the innovation chain, to turn ideas into innovative products, services, or processes. And also note that interdisciplinary secondments in the same sector are now possible. Co-fund is a mono-beneficiary action to co-fund new or existing national, regional, institutional doctoral programs and postdoctoral fellowship schemes. Target group are doctoral candidates and postdoctoral researchers. And we aim to spread best practices of the MSCA by promoting high standards in the recruitment process, excellent working conditions, to introduce sustainable structuring effects by promoting excellent and sustainable research training, and also encourage synergies with EU, national, and institutional funds. As regards MSCA doctoral networks, that's a setup of doctoral programs with incentives, as I mentioned before, for industrial and joint doctorates. The goal is to raise the attractiveness and excellence of doctoral training, and target group is doctoral candidates. The aim is really to develop research-related and transferable skills to enhance career perspectives, innovation-oriented mindset, and please note that vacancy notices are widely advertised, including on your access, and I think that you will have some speaking on your access later on in the day. As regards MSCA and citizens, that's a coordination and support action which brings research and researchers closer to the public at large through the organization of the European Researchers' Night. And I would like to highlight that this year, as of 2022, the European Researchers' Night will also include a newly launched initiative, which is Researchers at Schools initiative. The target group is general public, pupils, families, students. The European Researchers' Night takes place every year on the last Friday of September. And in 2022 and 2023, the focus will be on Horizon Europe missions. And actually, it really tries to encourage young people to have some interest in science and research careers, and also to show to citizens the impact of research on their daily life. The new initiative, the Researchers at School activities, will bring researchers to schools to interact with pupils on priority issues and on the key role of research to address them. And these activities will take place throughout the year, meaning that it will take place at any time during the project duration. I have inserted a slide on the upcoming calls. I believe that you will get these slides, so I will be anyway happy to share them with you. As you can see, in 2022, the next call will be the doctoral networks call, which will open on 12th May 2022. And postdoctoral fellowships, which will indeed open on the same day. And then you'll have, again, staff exchanges and co-fund calls in October. For you to know that as regards MSc and citizens, there is no call foreseen in 2022, simply because the call which was published in 2021 covers 2 successive editions of the European Researchers' Night, meaning the editions of 2022 and 2023. So no call for the MSc and citizens, but for the other 4 actions, you have after some upcoming opportunities. As regards funding opportunities for organizations, here you have a slide on the different steps to follow in order to first get information and also the required or the interesting documents to be checked if you were interested. Of course, you can also ask for advice to your MSCA national contact point. You can submit specific queries to the Research Inquiry Service. And you can, of course, follow, as you do today, information sessions. And I understood from the introduction before that you will have the possibility to attend several of them in the coming weeks, I believe. For individuals, you can look for research vacancies, MSc research vacancies for PhD and postdoctoral opportunities and hosting offers on EURAccess. And again, the EURAccess job portals is really a key reference for the MSCA and for researchers to look again for vacancies. And you will have some presentation on that topic later in the day. Here as well, you can ask advice to your MSCA national contact point. And of course, you have to check the project's requirements and apply to your institution of interest. I will stop here with a last slide on key resources and guidance that you will get after this session today. And again, if I'm just to make it clear that I will be happy anyway to share it with you. And I will stop now in order to leave the floor to other speakers, but I will stay with you until after the question and answer session, and I will be happy to discuss with you all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Julie, for this very informative presentation. We will take the questions after the whole session. So now I will pass the floor to Ms. Victoria Tsoukala, who is working as Policy Officer in the Directorate General for Research and Innovation of the European Commission. Victoria, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Hopefully you can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. So now hopefully we will be able to share my screen. Let's see. I think Julie may need to stop sharing so that I can. Okay, good. Thankfully.
I did.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you see my screen now?
We do.
Yes, yes, please use full screen. Can you?
Yes, absolutely. We will go to the presentation mode.
Okay, great, thanks.
Excellent. So good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you, even if still online. I would really love to be in Prague instead. My name is Victoria, and I work in DG RTD, as we call it, Directorate General for Research and Innovation, which as Julie indicated earlier, we share the same commissioner. Maria Gabriel has the file on research as well as education. So our DG as well as the one that Julie belongs in. And I'm here to talk to you about open science. My unit actually is responsible for this policy in Horizon Europe and in general. Today, obviously, we will focus on Horizon Europe. I will explain to you what the requirements are and tell you what are the changes from the novelties to the new framework program for your obligations, and then as well move on to the to see a few things about open science in the proposal stage, because I understand most of you are interested in submitting a proposal. So we will go through that, and then I'll just have 1 or 2 slides on the new peer-reviewed publishing platform of the European Commission, Open Research Europe. So what is this open science that we are discussing about in Horizon Europe? So open science is actually defined in the Horizon Europe regulation and in the Model Grant Agreement. And by it, we mean an approach to the scientific process that is based on open cooperative work, tools, and diffusing knowledge. So it's basically exactly what, and I think Julie mentioned that earlier, it's an approach. We consider it a way of doing research that's based on openness, collaboration, and early sharing of knowledge. And why does the Commission, as a funder of science, of research, think it's very important? Because it has the potential to increase quality and efficiency of research and innovation. So when you share the results or even research in progress and make them reusable, then you increase their reproducibility, you increase transparency, you increase efficiency of research, actually also through collaboration. For example, it increases collective, let's say, intelligence and creativity, interdisciplinary work, so all of this, we think, supports efficiency in research quality and transparency. And of course, lastly, and not least, you will have heard all the discussions, the recent discussions regarding trust in the science and research systems that has been shaken recently. So we do think that the increased transparent modes that open science affords increased trust in the science system, both for researchers as well as for citizens to the science system. So researchers can have access and, for example, reproduce research results. They know better the methods by which certain research has been produced and conclusions are drawn, as well as citizens can have a better relationship, if you will, and participation with research through open science and open accessibility to research contributions and research results. So that is quite important for us. As you probably know, it's a continuation, effectively, of our long-standing policy of the Commission on open access, and open access to scientific publications is the pillar, actually, of open science. But open science obviously means a lot more, as I just indicated. So the new framework program, Horizon Europe, has this new emphasis not only on open access, but on open science. And I will explain to you right now the requirements, what is obligatory in Horizon Europe. You need to know that because, as you will see later, you will also need to address that already at the preparation stage of your proposal. So although these are things that are required during your grant, so meaning you have signed a grant agreement and the institution maybe that hosts you also signs the grant agreement, that makes these things obligatory. However, they're already evaluated, most all of it actually, at the evaluation stage. And what we want is that researchers include planning on open science, on the various aspects of open science, from the get-go, from the planning of the project, and obviously in their proposals. There's 3 main elements that constitute the requirements in Horizon Europe, and this is how they appear in the model grant agreement, or in your grant agreement. Actually, the model grant agreement is the a model that we provide online so that people know what they're called to sign afterwards. There's a first section on open access to scientific publications, a second specifically on research data management, and then on additional open science practices, and I will go through them as you see them here. So with regard to open access to scientific publications, the obligations for Horizon Europe is to ensure the deposition and immediate open access of the peer-reviewed publication through a repository. So what do we mean by that? We mean that we would like you, once you publish, immediate open access, we mean at the same time as publication, to deposit this publication, this peer-reviewed publication, in a trusted repository and provide open access to it through the repository. What we want you to deposit is either the final version of the publisher, which is the same PDF that will be published, let's say, or what we call the author-accepted manuscript, meaning your very final version of the paper after it has passed the peer review and after you have revised it according to the requirements of the reviewers, and right before the final proofreading and layout of the publisher. So either one or the other version will do, but it needs to be deposited and made immediately open access at the same time as it is published. Now, this immediate open access is basically a change from Horizon 2020. So Horizon 2020 allowed 6 months embargoes or 12-month embargoes for the social sciences and the humanities. However, Horizon Europe does not allow embargoes. It requires immediate open access for all peer-reviewed publications. This also includes, of course, monographs, and this is again a change from Horizon 2020, where the policy did not cover monographs. Here we talk about all the peer-reviewed publications. And another novelty here is the trusted repository. So, and I think I have a slide on this later. So it's not just any repository. A repository, as you know, is a public database that functions on open principles. It usually uses some open source software, but also mostly provides open access to its content and actually allows other machines to harvest the content. It needs to be a trusted repository, meaning it needs to have these organizational and technical requirements that sort of safeguard or guarantee, if you wish, the long-term availability and access to its content. And I'm pretty sure I have a slide about this later. But if I don't, there is an extended explanation of what we mean by trusted repository in the annotated grant agreement, and I will explain about this to you later. So novelties and continuities, of course, our policy is about providing open access through repositories, and this is the same thing as Horizon 2020. So we recommend open access publishing, but, and you should be able to distinguish that the requirement is open access through a repository. Another novelty in Horizon Europe is that beneficiaries or authors must retain sufficient intellectual property rights to comply with the open access requirements. The open access requirements to publications are, as I said, what I just described, but also more specifically, Horizon Europe goes beyond Horizon 2020 to require specific licenses. So you need to provide open access under a Creative Commons attribution license or under an equivalent license for journal articles. And then we allow some other licenses, non-commercial and non-derivative, for long text formats. So this means that you are in conflict as a researcher if you go to a publisher and you give away your copyright to the publisher, who then closes off access, open access to your article, right? You cannot do that. The program does not allow it. So you must ensure, or your institution, and your institution, we say that because in certain cases researchers, the intellectual property right are owned actually by the institution in which you work. But if they're not, and you own them, you must be certain that you should not give away your rights, but you must retain sufficient IPR to do what we ask. So it is a stronger policy and a more demanding policy, as you see thus far. In terms of open access publishing now and the publication fees, there is a novelty again here. Publication fees are eligible to the extent that they are directed to purely open access, full open access venues. This means that it is a venue, for example, a journal or a platform or a monograph that provides open access to all its contents. If it is what we call a hybrid publishing venue, meaning, for example, a journal in which only those publications for which you pay are open and the rest are closed, and you need to have a subscription to access them, and we call these hybrid publications, then the Commission will not pay for those fees. So it does not prevent you from publishing there. We will never say where you publish. However, then your institution or someone else or yourself will need to take up those fees. The Commission has made a strategic decision to support full open access in the future and to support a publishing system where there will be no pay for access to publications, and so entirely. So we only support full open access venues. So that's quite important to know in terms of eligibility of costs. Next, information about any research or outputs or tools or instruments are needed to validate conclusions of the publication must be given. You will notice if you read carefully the model grant agreement or the annotated grant agreement that there is an emphasis in Horizon Europe in reproducibility and the validation of the research results. And this is in the context of open science and the fact that we know that sadly only a small part of research that is published can actually be validated or reproduced. That is a problem, obviously, as you may imagine, in trust to research and in the accuracy, actually, of the results. So we require that information about research outputs, tools, and instruments are available actually in the information provided in the repository if someone wants to validate the conclusions of the publications. And actually, as part of the third section of the model grant agreement that I told you about earlier, there is a requirement that if someone asks to validate the conclusions of your publication and demonstrates that they will want to repeat, for example, an experiment or whatever, your data, you need to provide them with this underlying information if it is not already provided in open access. So we're getting quite strict in this sense. Finally, publications need to be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable or fair, and all research needs to be. So for it to be findable, we need metadata that is findable. So the metadata of your publication need to be deposited in Creative Commons 0 or equivalent license, so that it is preserved for the future and is accessible and findable. This is about the publications. Now about the research data management, which is very, very important. So according to the model grant agreement, all projects that generate or use research data have to establish and regularly update a data management plan. This was so also in Horizon 2020, and nothing has changed. What has changed is the focus of the framework program from open access to research data management. So the emphasis in Horizon Europe is to research data management. And if you're generating or reusing research data, you have to do research data management, and there's no opting out of it. And the way to do this is by developing and maintaining a data management plan that you will provide to the Commission actually in set times as a deliverable. So the model grant agreement says you have to establish and regularly update this management plan, but you also have to give it as a deliverable in the beginning, in the middle, and the end of your project. And we also offer an optional template. I'll talk to you about this later. So what do you do with your research data? So your research data needs to be deposited in a trusted, again, repository. And with regard to open access, the same thing as Horizon 2020 goes, meaning that it is to be open by default. However, it can be closed if necessary. So we still follow the principle as open as possible, as closed as necessary. And it needs to be open as soon as possible within the deadlines that you set up in your data management plan under a Creative Commons attribution or zero license or something equivalent. So, however, if they're not open, they're closed. This means there are some exceptions, and I will explain to you what the exceptions to open access are. So just to repeat once more, because people ask very often, in Horizon Europe, there is an open access, actually, of course, to research data is a default, however, with exceptions, unlike publications for which there are no exceptions to open access. And this is exactly the same as with Horizon 2020. And there is no exception to developing a data management plan if you're generating or reusing data. Now, if you need to have an exception from, here also to say the same thing as with publication holds good here. So you also need to provide information for researchers seeking to reuse or validate the data. And again, as with publications, the last part of the open science requirement in the model grant agreement asks that if someone wants to validate and reuse your data, if this is not open access, you must provide access to them. So, and finally, of course, the metadata needs to be under CC0 CC0s for it to proliferate. What are the exceptions for open access to research data? As I was saying earlier, you can keep your data closed, some or all your data, depending, if they are against your legitimate interests, including, for example, commercial exploitation, and that's the most common. So if you want to patent or if exploit and develop a product, then of course it's understood that this data that relates to that cannot be open, and it will not be open. And you will justify this in your data management plan under the section of openness, of open access. And second, if it's contrary to other constraints, for example, if providing open access to research data would be contrary to data protection rules, to privacy, confidentiality, trade secrets, interestingly in Horizon Europe, union competitive interests, security rules, intellectual property rights, or would be against your other obligations under the grant agreement. So these are more or less the same exceptions for open access to research data as you had in Horizon 2020. To be sure, this is not an invitation to keep your data closed. You should keep your data open unless this is not possible for the reasons that you see here. And then you would be required, of course, to explain that and provide sufficient explanations and justifications to in the data management plan. And so with respect to additional open science obligations, and this is the third section of the grant agreement, the call conditions you may have additional open science obligations. For example, if your call conditions require them. For example, there may be a call that would like to enhance open science, let's say, in certain life sciences. So it may require certain open science practices there, such as, for example, open access or preprints or open peer review, etc. And I will explain to you about open science practices, what we mean by open science practices right away. So some calls may require, and then of course there are requirements, the validation of scientific publications and of data, actually, and this is a miss, I mentioned to you earlier. So the model grant agreement says that call conditions may impose extra obligations on validating scientific publications or research data, but then the general annexes of the work program say that this is always true. So not to confuse you, actually, validation of scientific publications and data, there is always a rule that if someone asks access to tools or information or data or anything that supports scientific conclusions or need to verify your data, and these things are not open, then you need to provide access to them, not open access, by access to them to do this. And this is what the framework program requires. So unless, again, it is against some of the any of the exceptions for openness that I presented to you earlier. So, for example, if you are patenting, then of course the Commission considers that it's natural for you not to provide access to them. But if none of these exceptions hold true, then you do need to provide access for validations. And finally, there is a clause for public emergency that says, and I will not go into deep detail in this, that if the Commission basically says that there is a public emergency or a public emergency has been declared, then open access should be given to all research outputs, immediate open access, under a CC BY or CC 0 license. And again, here there are some exceptions. Nonetheless, it's a very strong, article when it comes to a public emergency. And of course, this has been inspired by the COVID crisis, understandably. So these are the obligations for open science that exist in your model grant agreement, and you need to be able to provide this open access, these open science obligations. Sorry, this is my mouse. At all times during your grant agreement. This is just for your information. Again, I had the slide on trusted repositories. These are either certified repositories or disciplinary domain repositories that are endorsed by research communities, or general purpose repositories and institutional repositories that present certain traits, the ones that I'm showing you below. So as always, to find a repository, I would highly recommend that you ask the help of the library of the institution that hosts you. And now a few things on how to incorporate these things in these elements of open science in proposals, and how open science is evaluated at the proposal stage. You notice that I mentioned earlier open science practices. Oops. Oh, sorry. Just hopefully you don't see these things in my screen. Ew, sorry. So open science practices, Horizon Europe discerns between mandatory practices, and the mandatory ones are the ones that you have in your model grant agreement. These are obligatory for everyone. And you see, for example, that research output management, in particular research data, as you see here, is mandatory. And I just explained that. You saw that open access to publications are mandatory. That open access to data is mandatory with exceptions. You also saw, however, that I did not say that open access to other research output is mandatory, because it's not, it's recommended. So we have created a list of practices, and you see the left column is that list, which is a non-exhaustive list, which we believe, compile, let's say, comprise open science, not again, non-exhaustively, but it is a very decent list. And certain of these practices we ask you to implement during your projects, and certain of them we recommend that you do. And why does recommend is important here? Why is it important? Because Horizon Europe actually incentivizes open science practices through evaluation. This means that, to be very clear, that if you say and you explain well in your proposal that you will practice some of the recommended open science practices, then this is favorably viewed in during grading, basically during the evaluation. So during the evaluation stage and in your proposal, you will need to address definitely how you will implement the mandatory practices, but we recommend that you take up some of the recommended practices as well. And if you justify well in your proposal how you will address those during your project, then this will be favorably seen in terms of grades during the evaluation procedure. So, for example, early and open and sharing of research would be a recommended proposal that you could take up, or participating in open peer review, or involving citizens and civil society in your research is also a recommended practice that you could take up. Of course, always as appropriate to what you do, and we'll say this later. So here you see a sorry, hope you cannot see this part in my on the top of my screen. I messed up a little bit with a video sharing thingy. So you can see here that the data management, there are instructions on data management and on open access in the part B of your template. So it will need to be addressed in the part B of your proposal. So and more specifically, you are asked to describe how open science practices are implemented integrally in your methodology. And the novelty in Horizon Europe is that open science is evaluated under excellence and not under impact, as open access used to be evaluated in Horizon 2020. So this is because we consider that open science is an approach, as I told you at the very beginning of my presentation, is an approach to research, and therefore is best, is part of the methodology, and therefore should be evaluated. So under methodology. So here you see that there are explicit instructions in your MSCA the end here, part B of the proposal, and this is where it needs to be addressed, and this is where it will be evaluated. Be sure to read carefully these instructions. Similarly, there is a section on research data management, and you see that it asks you to address specific things. This will need to be addressed specifically, and the evaluators will look for specific information. In other words, to be sure I'm clear, in Horizon Europe, it will not be just okay to say, yes, I will do data management, yes, I will do open access. That we know because it's a requirement. You will need to say how you will do what is asked and how this is embedded in the methodology of your project. So it will need to be part and parcel of your project. Similarly, this is again, it continues to be part of the research data management section on part B. So read very, very, very carefully these sections on how to address them. And here is just to show you how more generally what I mentioned earlier, just to recap how open science is evaluated. It is evaluated under excellence, as you see here. And the criterion is the evaluation of the quality of open science practices, both of the mandatory and of the recommended one. And to be sure that you understand what I said earlier, so you are not, proposers will not be punished if they do not apply recommended practices. However, they will get a better grade, so to speak, if they, in a satisfactory way, address and include in their project some of the recommended practices. On the other hand, if they do not address in a satisfactory way practices that are mandatory, such as how you will provide open access to your publications, for example, or how you will do research data management, there you may lose grades for that. You need to be very good about justifying how this will be done and how it will be embedded in your project. Indicatively, we ask for 1 page to describe open science practices plus 1 page to describe research data and research output management. We encourage that you include in the output management other outputs if you'd so like. And this is in the RIA IA template. But however, pay attention to the requirements of specific templates because this may be different. For example, you see here in one of the MCSAs, it is a bit different. And a second place to pay very attention to open science is the quality and efficiency of implementation criteria. That is the capacity of participants and or consortium to provide this open science in particular. There you need to explain your expertise or track record or open science. You need to provide a list of publications, software and data, etc. And where you do that, be careful that publications are expected to be in open access and the datasets are expected to be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable, and as open as possible. And also a novelty for Horizon Europe, which is very, very important, is that when evaluators see the list of publications that you may provide, if you have publications and you provide, these are not going to be evaluated on the journal impact factor. We are moving away from it towards a more qualitative assessment, and this will be evaluated on the basis of a proposer's qualitative assessment, which is required at proposal stage. So lots of food for thought, but to make sure, to provide concrete information, that's what we're looking for on how you're addressing open science. And finally, just a couple brief slides just to tell you that the European Commission has launched, it's been exactly a year now, a new service, Open Research Europe, which is the open access publishing service for Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe beneficiaries. It's a peer-reviewed publishing platform that we produce to support open access publishing, the ability of our researcher to publish in open access without cost to them, and the ability also to publish post-grant and comply with our requirements. Needless to say, of course, that Open Research Europe operationalizes our open science principle, and we contribute through it to a transparent and cost-effective way for open access publishing. Open Research Europe, again, is a peer-reviewed publishing platform, like a very big journal. You should think about it. It's not a repository, and it also implements very innovative ways of publishing. So it has a post-publication peer review model. So first you publish, and then peer review takes place. And the peer review is actually open access itself, meaning that the names of the reviewers are open, and the review itself is open and also licensed, as are the publications under CC BY licenses. This is an optional service at no cost to our beneficiaries. It will never be mandatory, but this is something that we offer to you to publish there, and I think it's also quite important for early career researchers. It provides, of course, immediate open access. There are a lot of benefits for you to see here. There's rigorous and open peer review. It is transparent. It has high scientific standards and supported by a scientific advisory board. I invite you to go and check out Open Research Europe. I have links later, so this is something that you can use to publish your research. And so very briefly, your resources. What I told you about the requirements you can find in the grant agreement and in the annotated grant agreement, which provides detailed guidelines, as well as in the Horizon program guide. We have about 15 pages on open science. I think the first 5 you need if you're a proposer. So if you're a proposer for the proposal stage, I would strongly recommend that you read the first 5 pages of our guidelines on open science. And of course, there is a Horizon Europe data management plan template, which is not mandatory, as I said, but it is a very good way to make sure that you address all the issues that are aspects that are required for the proposal stage. And finally, these are links to Open Research Europe. This is the main page, research about, FAQs for researchers, as well as really short and informative videos on YouTube. And follow us, follow Open Research Europe on Twitter. We have more than 5,000 followers. You will learn a lot about it through there as well. So I think this is the end of my presentation. Hopefully, or nearly all is clear. And I will be very happy to take questions from you. I'll check the Slido and address the questions afterwards with Julie as well after the last presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Victoria, for this very detailed and nice presentation. We have seen everything very well, so don't worry. And now I will pass the floor to my colleague, Zuzana Šimek, who will tell you more about Czech performance in the program and the support we offer to applicants. Zuzka, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Petra, for giving me the floor. Now I'm sharing my presentation, so I hope you can all see it. And I will, as it has been said, present here the data which were provided mostly by my colleague, Daniel Frank, our data analyst. So I would like to thank him very much for preparing the graphs, which I can now share with you. And even though at the very beginning, when we started registration for this Info Day, we intended to provide you with the statistics concerning the participation of the Czech Republic in Horizon 2020, the previous framework program. Now in March, we can also add some fresh new information concerning the first calls under Horizon Europe, because we already know the results. Just to sum it up, because in the first presentation, Julie was talking about Marie Skłodowska-CURIE actions under Horizon Europe with their new names, but I'm going to talk about Horizon 2020 actions. For that, just to remind you that in Horizon 2020, we had, instead of doctor networks, innovative training networks, ITN, which were aimed at supporting PhD students. Then for postdocs, for experienced researchers, now we have the action called postdoctoral fellowships, but before that, under Horizon 2020, we talked about individual fellowships, IF. Then for the cooperation between academia and non-academic sector, we have under Horizon Europe staff exchanges, and before under Horizon 2020, we all know the RISE projects, research and innovation staff exchange. Then talking about co-funding of doctoral or postdoctoral programs, there is no change in the terminology, so MSCA co-fund. And then for MSCA and citizens under Horizon Europe, we had before under Horizon 2020 the action called European Researchers' Night, which in fact is included in this MSCA and citizens under Horizon Europe. So I'm starting with the first slide, where you can see the Czech participation in Horizon 2020, which means the 8th framework program of the European Union for Research and Innovation, which was launched in 2014 and finished in 2022. So you can see for each of these actions number of Czech participations and also EU contribution, which means the financial support the Czech institutions have received. Just to explain a little bit, for example, in terms of talking about the co-fund, so you can see here 5 as number of participations of Czech organizations. It means that 5 organizations have been involved in co-fund programs. Then you can see on the next in the next column number of participations as partner organizations that we had 4 partner organizations, which means institutes of the Czech academy or universities involved basically in other co-fund programs coordinated in another country, and one was a beneficiary, the project called SOMOPRO, which was carried out in the South Moravian region. So that's why we have here a little bit different data. You can also see these data for individual fellowship, innovative training networks, RISE projects, CSA, coordination and support action, which is in fact European Researchers' Night. And we will have in the afternoon session, in the second afternoon session, we will have the coordinator, the Czech coordinator of European Researchers' Night, who will be sharing with you the experience with organizing this kind of event. And what you can see, I would like to maybe put your attention on also the last column, where you can see that we received actually the biggest portion of EU money, so more than 24 million euros in ITN participation. So that's it, and I think we can move to the next slide, where you can see the comparison of the Czech participation with other EU member states in terms of the number of grants received in MSCA under Horizon 2020. So you can see that the Czech Republic is not among the most successful countries, and that is also the reason why we are here today to encourage our potential applicants, our institutions, and also individual researchers to submit their proposals. So here, this is for a number of grants, and I will also provide you with the second slide. On the next slide, you can see also a similar graph in terms of EC contribution, which means the money we have received. Just to let you know that, so for CSA, this is clear, it's a European Researchers' Night, and under SNLS, it is a special needs lump sum, special allowance devoted to the researchers with disabilities. And if you are interested in which panel Czech institutions have been the most successful, then you can see here this pie, where it's obvious that it's a life sciences panel with 26.5%. Then also chemistry and engineering panels are the panels where Czech organizations also participated and were successful. But of course, this is the overall statistics, which means that including different types of actions. Here you can also see number of grants divided into different types of actions. For example, talking about innovative training networks, we know them now under Horizon Europe as doctor networks. We can see a number of grants received by Czech organizations, divided into three main types of projects, ETN, European Training Networks, then we can see EJD, European Joint Doctorates, and also European Industrial Doctorates, EID, and so on. So I think I don't need to talk about each of these columns. You will, of course, receive these slides after the info day, and you can go through the slides and these statistics. And what I would like to underline is also that we will share with you more detailed statistics for each of these actions at specific information sessions we are organizing for you this year. Here, another, I would say, interesting slide showing a number of grants received by Czech institutions, divided into three main types of actions, where we assess scientific panels. Again, you can see it's clear that life sciences are the mostly represented. And here, this graph shows who are the researchers coming to the Czech Republic, not only individual researchers who receive their individual fellowships, but also those who come within the ITN, Innovative Training Network programs, or Research and Innovation Staff Exchange programs. So what we can see here are the top 15 nationalities, or top 15 researchers who choose as the country of their destination Czechia. So you can see that among these researchers, we count Indian researchers, then also researchers from Slovakia and Italy. These are the three nationalities. And then talking about individual fellowships, and then of course you can see it also for other types of projects. And also the opposite direction, Czech researchers, which means the researchers of Czech nationality, choose different countries. So among the most popular destinations where they go to carry out their research are Germany, United Kingdom, Switzerland, also Italy, United States of America, talking about, again, individual fellowships. And of course, in case of the United States, it is possible within global fellowships. And then we have also the graph showing success rate of Czech organizations in different types of Marie Skłodowska-CURIE actions. You can see it clearly that the high success rate is in RISE projects, which means collaborative projects between academia and non-academic institutions. Then for a European Researchers' Night, we were also successful, and as I have mentioned, we will hear the testimonial of the national coordinator in the afternoon session. Then also we have a quite high success rate for co-fund. But of course, it is necessary to take into account the number of the proposals submitted, and maybe the most attractive scheme for individual researchers is individual fellowship type of grants, where our success rate was on average for the whole age 2020 slightly above 10%, but of course we hope that in the new framework program Horizon Europe it will be increasing. And the last one, ITN, with the success rate of 8%. And I think this is the last slide related to our participation in Horizon 2020, comparison with other countries, and success rate with or in comparison with EU member states. So you can see in red, Czechia is not on top, but as I said, these are only statistics, and we are here today to promote MSCA and to encourage our institutions to actively participate in the calls under Horizon Europe. And I will now move to Horizon Europe, and I am very happy to share with you first statistics concerning the results of the call which was open and closed in 2021, postdoctoral and also ERA fellowships, which are linked to the first one, to postdoctoral fellowships. And here you can see that the Czech Republic has received 11 postdoctoral fellowships in 2021. The results have been announced recently. So congratulations to all our new grantees, and plus 13 ERA fellowships. So those of you who are not familiar with this scheme, you don't need to apply to a specific call if you choose your host institution in one of the widening countries, and the Czech Republic is among or under this category of widening countries, then you have the second chance to be funded. And in total, we can say that we received 24 individual fellowships. You can also see the statistics in terms of the success rate of the Czech Republic. So even though if we count only our success rate in postdoctoral fellowship call, it wouldn't be, let's say, satisfying. It would be below 7%, but together with the second chance call, ERA fellowships, our success rate has increased quite significantly. And then I am sharing with you this call calendar, which you have already seen in Julie's presentation. But what I would like to stress here is that we are expecting the postponement of two calls, opening of postdoctoral fellowships and doctoral fellowship, and doctor networks. And this is due to the adoption of revised work program 2021-2022. But we have been reassured that this will not be postponed more dramatically. So you can also expect that the closure, the deadline of these both calls will not be delayed. And here I am now showing you some useful links. I would recommend to visit, to consult. So the first one, and Julie also mentioned, Funding and Tender Opportunities Portal, which is the main website where you will find the important information, and also through which you will submit your proposals. Then this is the link to the work program 2021-2022. But as I mentioned, we expect some novelties, changes. These will be only minor changes. On 10th of May, this revised version is supposed to be adopted. Then, of course, the main web page, if you want to get more information about different types of Marie Skłodowska-CURIE actions, is the European Commission's website, while FTO portal is really the portal where you will find all technical instructions, etc. I would also recommend to consult Cordis database of EU-funded projects, mainly if you want to get to know what type of projects the European Commission has already funded. Then your access portal with jobs and funding opportunities section. I will not talk more in detail about your access because as you know from the program, we have invited our colleague from the Czech office, and she is going to present their services after lunch break in the first afternoon session. And then also, please don't hesitate to subscribe to MSCA newsletter. Now I'm also giving you the links to 3 documents on specific topics linked with MSCA. The first one, Green Charter, then guidelines for inclusion of researchers at risk, also very hot topic these days, guidelines on supervision, and I forgot that we have already 4 documents. You could read synergies between MSCA and the program Erasmus+. I would also like to invite you to use the materials prepared in the future by the new NCP project, which is called MSCA Net, and soon, once the new website will be launched, and there will be some new materials for participants and applicants under Horizon Europe, then we will of course share with you the link so that you can benefit from this great work. And then Julie mentioned the European Commission's initiatives in order to support the researchers from Ukraine in these complicated days. So I am now sharing with you the link to provide with more details on the website of Euraccess. And then also the link to the Czech initiative to support these researchers at risk. And I think that's it. Here is a summary of the services offered by the Technology Center. This was already explained very well by my colleague Nadia Koníčková at the very beginning of this info day, so that's why I will not go into detail. But what I would like to stress here is don't hesitate to visit our website, Horizon Europe national portal, which is launched in Czech but also in English version, and you can subscribe to our newsletter. And then I'm going to the end of my presentation. In terms of the support provided to MSCA applicants, individuals, but also institutions, you already know that we organize different types of events, such as this one, National Information Days, organized annually, then also info days, info sessions on specific action, also intensive workshops for applicants where we concentrate on the proposal writing phase. We also provide training for project or grant office staff members. We concentrate as MSCA NCPs on the application phase, but of course we have also other colleagues, financial and legal NCPs, who provide very comprehensive support at the implementation phase. You can also ask us to prepare for you events on demand, specific trainings at your institutions. We are currently working on the update of the brochure on MSCA, and of course you can contact us in case of need by email, by phone, etc. We of course consult also your proposals. And all these services, especially the information events, are organized in close collaboration with key stakeholders, Marie Curie Fellows and evaluators. You will hear soon also the presentation of the evaluator. And here is the last slide, if I'm not mistaken, where you can see our planned events for the first half of 2022. I would like to underline here that on 26th of April we start the promotion campaign on a specific Marie Skłodowska-CURIE action on MSCA postdoctoral fellowship. So you can register for the Info Day, and we are also preparing specific training, interactive training on Marie Skłodowska-CURIE action doctoral networks in May. There will be also the applicants workshop. This year, we would like to open it also not only for potential applicants, fellows, but also their supervisors. And you can also register for the training for project managers. It is in Czech because it will be organized in Czech. And we are now discussing with the European Commission potential participation of EC colleagues at the Information Day on Marie Skłodowska-CURIE co-fund. And that's it. So thank you very much for your attention. Good luck with your projects. And now I am stopping sharing my slides, and I will ask Petra to share the Slido. We can now go through the questions. I think we have received quite a lot of questions on open access, so I will now give you the floor back.
Okay, thank you, Zuzka. Thank you also for this very comprehensive overview. So we will start with the questions. First one, is ResearchGate considered as a trusted repository?
Standard question. No, is the answer.
Okay.
Sorry, guys, but no, it does not. It's not an open access repository actually, and most of its content is not open access. It is behind. I mean, you need to register to access content, and the Commission does not trust that it is aligned to our best interest of the public. So no. Again, for trusted repositories, do go to your academic libraries, to your university libraries. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Does the Commission provide any training for the grantees regarding open access and data management? That's the question to you as well.
The Commission present to the grantees, no, but the Commission supports projects, coordination and support projects that provide trainings to them. So most best known of that is OpenAIR, which is an infrastructure that has national open access and open science desks in every country. So there is one in the Czech Republic. So if you go to openair.eu and look for national open access desks, find your open access desk. They will also be able to give you specific information on open science and open access, and they also provide trainings, and in your language, very often. So, and it's a very regular intervals, and there's also webinars in there to find. But what we offer actually is just the guidelines. I mean, our trainings are mainly for the agencies, and but not for the beneficiaries. We pay projects to do that. I would direct you to OpenAIR first.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. The next question goes to Julie, I think. Could you provide more details on the Researchers at School initiative? How is it integrated into the MSCA and citizen proposal process?
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, the Researchers at Schools initiative has been integrated as a specific activity of the European Researchers' Night. So it means simply that the night embeds the Researchers at Schools initiative as part of the activities, but the difference, of course, between the night and Researchers at Schools is that, again, the night takes place only on last Friday of September. Possibly it can continue, of course, on Saturday, but basically that's the rule. The main event is taking place on one day and a half, while Researchers at Schools will take place throughout the year. And this is super important. I would like really to stress that point, because indeed the idea is really to have kind of a continuity, to be able also to build on what is done during the night in order to involve the researchers. For instance, the researchers taking part in the night could be the one also going to the schools, not only, but could be encouraged to go to schools after the night or before the night. the idea, just maybe also to clarify, of this Researchers at Schools initiative is really for the researchers to be able to interact with pupils, but also to interact with teachers, to give them some tools in order to make science easily accessible, let's say so. Actually, what is written in the work program is that I mean, it's a work package, so it's part of it's kind of an activity of the night, but we strongly encouraged the applicants to include indeed Researchers at Schools activities in their project. And also to promote them through dedicated campaigns, particularly towards schools, in order to inform teachers, researchers, and students about this opportunity. So possibly the projects could rely on, I don't know, ministers or local and regional partners in order really to identify schools, to mobilize schools. The idea being also to be inclusive, meaning that actually it could be also interesting to reach out to, for instance, disadvantaged schools, or let's say schools in rural areas, for instance, or areas which do not have an easy access to science. So the idea is really to spread a bit, to disseminate really this initiative. First, again, with activity throughout the year, and also over, let's say, broad geographical coverage, or in very different areas, not only in big cities, for instance. I don't know if this answers the question, actually, but.
Thank you very much. The next question is about open access. The open access rules seem to be strict and may be very hard to follow. For example, no hybrid journals. Isn't it counterproductive to limit our publishing so much?
Yes, open access rules are strict, and this is because we believe that as a public funder also, but it's not just public funders that have these strict open access rules, that there is an obligation actually towards and to see how we spend the public money, and it is also an obligation of researchers. So we believe that researchers have freedoms, but they also do have obligations. And so with respect to spending public money, no, we do not think that this is money well spent in Hebrew journals in particular. There's a lot of problems with funding Hebrew journals. So we do not say you don't publish in Hebrew journals. You can publish wherever you want. What we say is that we will not pay for them. So if your institution thinks it's okay to pay for those journals, and actually institutions are more at a better place to pay for these journals, because often they do deals with consortia with the publishers that include money both for reading, that is for accessing subscription journals, as well as for paying for open access. So in fact, the Commission could be doubly paying actually in cases of Hebrew journals. So if you want to publish there, you may, if your institution covers it, or if you find other resources, or you may look for alternative publishing venues. Also to say that our requirement is not for you to publish in open access, but is for open access through repositories. So the Commission does think actually that it is high time that, publishing is done in a bit more efficient way, a more transparent way, and in a way that benefits the public essence, the essence of research that's directed towards the public good. So in that, I think we will need to make efforts with the researchers as well. And in that, of course, we are also making the effort to gradually change the assessment system such that it does not depend on Hebrew journals so much, or on the journal impact factor so much. So we're trying to do a few things at the same time. However, I do realize that it could be strenuous on some researchers. We also offer Open Research Europe, of course, as an alternative where you don't pay. It's open access, and it's gradually building its reputation. So I think it's a multi-level battle, but we will need the support of the researchers too. So this is the big answer to the question. Hopefully our answer.
Thank you. Is And any statistics available? How many successful proposals in the last call included secondment to other sector? Zuzka, would you like to answer?
So what we can say at this moment, because as I explained, the results were announced a couple of days ago, so we can provide you with the information on the number of the projects, including non-academic placement, the proposals. So what we know already now that, and of course, I presume that you mean MSCA postdoctoral fellowships, and the novelty since Horizon Europe that you can include non-academic placement. So for European postdoctoral fellowships, it was more than 7% of the proposals which included non-academic placement. For global fellowships, it was similar, or nearly 7%, 6.7%. So it means altogether more than 600 proposals. But we can, of course, share with you more detailed statistics in the Information Day on MSCA postdoctoral fellowships. For now, of course, we are waiting for other information. It is, of course, due to the announcement of the call results. So I hope that this is the satisfying answer.
Thank you. Sorry. So the next question, you mentioned synergies of MSCA with other EU programs. Can you please name any possible synergies?
Yeah. That's for me, I believe, yes. Yes, indeed. Actually, I think that also Susanna mentioned that in her presentation. For instance, we try to encourage synergies with Erasmus+, since, for instance, around 70% of beneficiaries under the MSCA are higher education institutions, and therefore they have also access to other EU funding sources targeting the higher education sector, such as Erasmus+. But we know that actually in universities, for instance, the department dealing with international mobility may know better the Erasmus Plus program, which is very well known actually, and maybe a bit less the MSCA program. Or the MSCA is more handled usually by offices, research offices. So the idea is really to, let's say, break the silos and bring synergies between the two programs, as they both actually offer opportunities for the mobility, the training and career development of individuals, and including, of course, research. They also fund the development of new study and research programs. They contribute both to the establishment of collaborative projects, which can include exchange of individuals. So really, there are some synergies between the two. And actually, the most relevant actions in terms of synergies between higher education, research and innovation are the MSCA doctoral networks, MSCA postdoctoral fellowships, MSCA staff exchanges and co-fund. And then on Erasmus Plus side, there are plenty of projects which are fully relevant for synergies, like the mobility for higher education students and staff, the Erasmus Mundus joint master's degrees. So we see really a lot of, let's say, possible synergies between the two. We also try to develop or to reinforce synergies with the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, the EIT, which was established in order to contribute to sustainable economic growth and competitiveness by reinforcing the innovation capacity of the European Union. So they put a strong emphasis on entrepreneurial talent, business creation, innovation skills, and clearly as they've also fostered the integration of higher education, research and innovation into innovation ecosystems. We try indeed here as well to develop some synergies. Zuzana mentioned the guide, which the document which explains, which presents the possible synergies between Erasmus Plus and the MSCA. And we are also now drafting another document on the synergies between the MSCA and the EIT. But definitely for the, let's say, strategy of universities and higher education institutions, we truly encourage to try to take into consideration both Erasmus Plus and MSCA, notably when advising the students.
Thank you very much. Next question goes to you as well.
Yeah. Yes, it went away, but I think it's about the gender equality plans and what to mention besides the gender equality plans of the institution. And actually, I don't know if I can share here a link or not, because there is maybe in the chat or somewhere. Because there is a document which I would like to recommend to you, which is actually the guide published by the European Commission, the Horizon Europe Guidance on Gender Equality Plans. So here you have a full document. I don't know where to share it, but I will find a way.
You can send it to us via chat, and we will forward to the participants.
Okay. So then, indeed, I will share that link with you, because this guidance or this document is about indeed proposing some guidance about the components of the eligibility criterion as set by the European Commission, explain also what are the requirements, and I believe that definitely it could help you to understand or to go a bit beyond and be able indeed to develop further your application. So I will share this link with you.
Okay, thank you. Information needed. Yeah.
Sorry.
We go to the next question. Information needed to validate conclusions of a publication may only be accessible after contacting the author. How is this different from data? Victoria, this goes to you, I think.
Yeah, I think all three questions that I see the screen go to me, so I'll take them on. Yes, I think this is a good question that requires clarification. The way the things are presented in the model grant agreement and I presented to you can be a bit fragmented, and so the question makes sense. So, as I said, Horizon Europe has a focus on validation both of publications, the conclusions of publications, as well as of the research data. What does this mean? This means first that you are always required to provide in the repository that you deposit your publications or your data information on any tools, softwares, or whatever you have used that can be reused to validate those conclusions or to validate the data itself. So this is information, right? This is information. At the second level, another thing, of course, that you can do is provide access to those things, to those supporting, let's say, outcomes or tools of software. But we know that this is not always possible. Okay, so the Commission says that we require open access to publications, we require open access to research data with exceptions, and we recommend that you provide open access to whatever else you can. So if you have a publication or data that are deposited, but the underlying tools, software, workflows, whatever it is that supports this data or the conclusions of those publications are not openly accessible, then if I want to validate the conclusions or the publication, or if I want to repeat running data or verifying data, and the underlying, outcomes or tools or whatever are not available to me, then you need to provide me access to whatever you have to do that. Okay, so for example, you may not necessarily have a software, but you need to say, this is the software that I use to run this data, and this is the result. So, and in general, provide me with whatever you have that is accessible to you, that I can legally use, right? to validate. So this is what we are asking for. We are asking essentially for increased transparency for the things that underline your conclusions or that underline your data. And we ask for access to them for those who want to validate the conclusions of the publication or data to the extent that this is possible to you. Okay, of course, this is within reasonable limits. Hopefully this is understandable. Then I see that the question below says, is it possible to try too much in regards to open science? Would they doubt the feasibility of the project? I have to admit the question is not entirely clear to me, but I would go again. So there are certain things that are mandatory for you. These are what I described that is included in the grant agreement. They're mandatory for everyone. In your proposal, you will need to address how you will implement those, and you need to address them in a way that is not generic. So addressing the mandatory aspects of open science in a generic way will have negative repercussions. Reversely, what we want is that you provide concrete examples of how you will address the mandatory as well as recommended ones if you wish. As I said, you will not be negatively evaluated if you do not address any of the recommended practices. However, you will be positively viewed grade-wise if you successfully, and by successfully I mean if you use, you embed in your proposal such recommended practices in such a way that is of course believable, meaning that it is concrete, that it is relevant to your proposal, and that it is relevant to the methodologies and the practices in your scientific field. Okay, so I mean, if you promise the Earth and the Moon, I think also in a generic way that can be understood. But for the recommended practices anyway, you will not be negatively graded. You can only be positively graded if you manage to justify successfully and in a believable way, let me say, what you will do. I should also say here that your project officer in the duration of the project will check whether you are actually doing what you said that you will be doing for everything, including for open science. So it's not very wise to promise the Earth and the Moon and then just to get grades. I don't think this will get you the grades. What will get you the extra, incentive, grade is something that, is firmly and justifiably embedded in the methodology of your project, like open science embedded in the way that you do your research. So hopefully this is clear. On sharing data, what about established repositories not based in Europe? This is a very good question. No, we do not at the moment have such a requirement. I think if the repositories meet the qualifications of a trusted repository that I showed above in the slide, and you can find in the annotated grant agreement, then you can, of course, be sure that you need to be checking things regarding the, for example, personal data, etc. But this is the law here is the GDPR, and I'm not sure you can be storing personal data, for example, in servers that are stored in the US. That I would need to check. Overall, my answer would be no, there's no requirements that trusted repositories are based in Europe. Research is international, so. Then, how are publications on the Open Research Europe platform reflected in the evaluation of Czech research institutions? That I don't know, but that is something that actually the center could help us with. So Open Research Europe is a new platform. So let's say it does not have high credentials as far. It does not have a journal impact factor. It would not get a journal impact factor because it is a platform. It is not a journal. It's something much bigger than that. Also because we're not interested in this, but Open Research Europe is implemented through our contractor, F1000, and they are in contact with national evaluation agencies. So we are actually very much interested on and maybe that could be a discussion further with your center, and to see whether you can help us how to include ORE in the Czech national evaluation list of journals, so that this is an incentive for Czech researchers to publish there because they receive a credit. On another note, what we're doing with Open Research Europe is that it's gradually getting indexed. So we are applying for Scopus, it's in Google Scholar, it's in InSpec, I think it's called, recently for engineering. So it gradually, as more publications grow, so now it has 200 publications, we will get more and more indexed. So that will be easier and easier. But we do want to be working with national agencies that hold the list of publications, and we're very interested to working with the Czech Republic on this. So maybe we can follow up on this.
Okay, thank you. I see another question going to you. What can I say about the journals if impact factor isn't considered a factor anymore?
I think this was for the application. So in the applications for Marie Curie, as for all research funding in Horizon, I think there's a point where you're being asked to list your publications or other achievements. It could be data or it could be other things. It's a very to the point. You're not asked to say about the journal, you're asked to say about the publication. So you are asked to provide a qualitative assessment of the contribution of this publication and its various impacts. For example, the scientific, the social, in other words, why scientifically or otherwise is this publication important? And what we're looking for is not it is important because it was published in a journal with high impact factor. That will explicitly not be considered under the evaluation. So even if you write this, it's a waste of your of your time. What we are expecting is to see why this publication that you're listing there as important is important. What is the contribution? What is the impact? But we're asking for 2 lines for you, and it's on the basis of this that the publication would be assessed, and explicitly not of the impact factor. So we are moving, as you see, from a proxy for excellence, which is the impact factor of the venue, the journal, to more of a accurate and a reasonable understanding and perception of excellence concerning the particular publication. So the merit of the output itself, not where it was published.
Thank you very much. The last 2 questions we will take in the afternoon session, because they are more or less addressing the program which we will have in the afternoon. Now I would like to thank very much to all our speakers of the morning, especially to the European Commission representatives, to Julie and Victoria, and also to my colleague Zuzka. And we will meet here at 12:20 for after the lunch break. So if Zuzka wants to add anything, please, the floor is
once
yours.
again, many thanks to our colleagues Julie and Victoria. I believe that this session was very useful for our participants, for Czech audience. So we are very grateful for your presence. And I have received a link to the gender document, so we will of course share with our participants this link from Julie. So of course, ladies, if you want to stay with us and watch the rest of the program, you are more than welcome. And once again, thank you very much for being with us. So bon appétit, and see you soon at 12:20 here again.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you for the opportunity. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the online National Information Day on Marie Skłodowska-CURIE Actions, which is organized for you by the Technology Center of the Czech Academy of Sciences, together with the European Commission and the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports. In this first afternoon session, we are going to speak about 3 main topics: about the services of the Euraccess network, about the evaluation criteria in Marie Skłodowska-CURIE Actions, and also about the implementation of Seal of Excellence in the Czech Republic. So the first presentation will be given by Ms. Zuzana Maršálková from the Czech Euraccess office in Prague. I would like to, before giving her the floor, remind you that if you have any questions, you can of course write your questions via the application Slido. So just go on slido.com and then insert the code MSCA 2022, and then you can write down your questions. We will take them immediately after this first presentation. And of course, we will have then other questions or Q&A session after the two other presentations. But now it's time to welcome here Zuzana. So thank you very much for joining us again for this occasion, and you can start your presentation. So Zuzka, if you can first share your presentation, we will check whether it works.
So now
we can see it. Yes, we can see it very well. So the floor is yours, and thank you once again.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Zuzana Maršálková. Maybe you know me as Zuzana Galatíková. We discussed with Zuzana, the other Zuzana, that the names are very changing very often. So now I'm Zuzana Maršálková, and I work for Euraccess office for 5 years already. I'm here to present you what Euraccess office can do for you. First of all, I'm not sure if I can move the presentation. Yes, now I can. First of all, I would like to introduce you the Euraccess itself. So it goes about the European network of service centers established by the European Commission in 2003. The Czech Republic created the Euraccess office or Euraccess center in Prague in 2007. And currently, the European network involved 37 countries in Europe and also outside of Europe. And it has 500, so almost 600 service centers all over the world. The service centers not in Europe are, for example, in the UK. So it was previously in Europe as well. But now we consider it as outside of Europe. They are also in Turkey, in Iceland, and in Armenia. There is also another group, which is called Euraccess Worldwide. And this group of service centers has different role. The European service centers, they focus on promoting of the European research area to the foreign researchers, and they are mainly focused on how to help the foreign researchers with the relocation to Europe. The Euraccess Worldwide Network, they have another aim. They should like very talented researchers, and they should bring them or promote the European research area, and they should bring them to Europe, so to the foreign researchers. In the Czech Republic, we currently have 15 service centers. The headquarters is the Bridgehead organization in Prague. Most probably you know the office in Vodičkova Street, so it's near Václavské náměstí. It's a building with the bookstore Academia downstairs, and we are in the 5th floor. And you can visit us hopefully soon when we open after COVID COVID lockdown. The service centers are mainly at the universities, and in Prague, there are 3 new service centers. One is at the Charles University, the second is at at the Czech University of Life Sciences, and the third one is the University of Chemistry and Technology in Prague. Then the next service centers are at the University of Pardubice, at the University of Hradec Králové, the Technical University Liberec. There are 2 service centers in Ostrava, so it's both universities in Ostrava. There is also 1 center at Palacký University in Olomouc. One service center is in Zlín at Technical University in Zlín, and there's 1 big center also in Brno. This one is not at the university, but it's on like all universities, for all universities in Brno together. It's the South Moravian Center. There are also 2 service centers in České Budějovice, one at the University of South Bohemia, and the second at the Biological Center of the Academy of Sciences. And the last center is at the University of Plzeň. Now I will talk shortly about our headquarters, our bridgehead organization in Prague. So it goes only about data from our office, not from other service centers. So we have around 300 new clients every year. We were quite surprised that also this number didn't decrease during the COVID lockdown, but it remains like very similar and very same. So we have 300 new clients, and we have around 600 existing clients, so, which we already know mainly personally. We deal with 67 different nationalities, and most of them, like the top 3 nationalities are Indian, Russian, and Ukrainian. So you might think it's quite difficult for us now how to communicate, or the situation affected our work very much. We have 3 main target groups, which is like the public research institutions, or let's say employers, then foreign researchers and family members of foreign researchers. What are our services for research institutions? Mainly it goes about the counseling with the visa conditions. So it goes about consultation from the beginning, very beginning. The employer or research institutions contact us, and we help to the researcher from the very beginning, from the communication before they apply for the appointment at the Czech embassy in their home country. And we discuss also with the research institution about the documents which are needed from their side. We organize the workshops and webinars. In those last 2 years, it went only about webinars. The webinars are related to the employment of foreign researchers, and also about they were related to intercultural communication, which is also interesting topic in case that you have the multicultural working team, and you need to find out why the people are doing this or that. We also help with the registration on the Euraccess jobs portal, and we provide a consultation with HR award process, which is also interesting topic now. It goes about the quality of HR services at each institution or company. In this process should be also researchers involved, and researchers on all levels, so also junior researchers or the senior researchers as well. What we offer to researchers, as I said, we help them with the entry conditions at the Czech embassy. We communicate also with the embassies, and we help to researchers with every document which they need for submission of the application at the embassy. We help them also to prolongate the stay if they are already here. We help with the applications for permanent residence permit after 5 years of living in the Czech Republic. We organize workshops and webinars and networking events. For example, the last webinar was about tax reduction, and there was 173 people registered and 139 people attended, and that was very surprising for us. And we plan to organize this this webinar again at the end of this year because it was the high interest about this webinar, about this topic. We also help with different things related to living in the Czech Republic, and we also help with leaving of the Czech Republic. Even if you go back to your home country, or if you need to move to another country, we can give you some advice how you terminate your stay in the Czech Republic, what are your obligations, etc. And here are the services for family members. So again, the same as for researchers, first parts, but also we organize the social cultural events. The last one was for Ukrainian refugees, which are family members of our scientists who came recently to the Czech Republic. It was in Vila Lana. It was like two weeks ago, and we decided to help mainly to children, so they feel better in the Czech Republic, and they they have a possibility to contact or to network with each other. And also we help with leaving of the Czech Republic. In the everyday life matters, here in this group, there are more topics like application for parental allowance or schooling system or medical care, and we help with those things as well. And family matters or family issues are my topic, my personal topic. So 2 years ago, we started with the dual carrier services. The dual carrier service comes from the project which was launched in 2017, and we opened the possibilities how to help to spouses of researchers who come to the Czech Republic, or not only to the Czech Republic, because it's the European service or European goal, like to help to spouses of researchers to find the job, to integrate to the community in the new country, etc. So we started with the volunteer job position in Euraccess office. We have one spouse who is here for 6 months, employed. She has some duties which needs to be done, and the biggest advantage or biggest award is because she doesn't get any money for the job. but the biggest advantage is to get the Czech reference from the Czech employer. And so far we had free volunteers, and they all already have a job. So it's quite good. And next month we will open again the job position for this position, because job offer for this position, because our current volunteer is almost finishing her mission in Euraccess office. We also organize workshops and webinars. We started during the COVID time, so it was only webinars. It went about webinars on different topics, like how to apply for a job in the Czech Republic, or how to get a trade license in the Czech Republic. We have the intercultural webinar, Hard Life in the Czech Republic, describing how we are, or why we are, we Czechs, we are how we are. And there's a new workshop or webinar on the topic of maternity and parental leave and benefits, that was held also 2 weeks ago. We offer, or we start with a one-to-one career consultation for spouses of researchers. Hopefully, starting from the next year, we can start also with the advanced level with the career consultation for researchers themselves. And we also have the newsletter. Our volunteer helps us with the newsletter, Euraccess newsletter. So you can get it once you are signed on the Facebook page. I will talk about it later. I go back to the Euraccess Jobs portal, because this is the platform where you can find the job offers around Europe. And as you can see, there are currently more than 13,300 job offers in the involved countries. So not only in the Czech Republic. In the Czech Republic, there are 144 job positions available. You can select it, you can filter it according to the country where you want to go, or according to the field of your interest or of your education. We can help you with the registration, so it's not a problem, but the registration itself is very easy. Yeah, it's one of the most known platform for researchers. Maybe you know also the research jobs, which goes from Euraccess Jobs portal. So they do not have. We have. They get the data from Euraccess Jobs portal as well, but they offer also another positions, not only the research position, but they also offer the technical positions, or with the very small part-time contract. Yeah, what else we do? In last 2 years, there were some big challenges. One of it was COVID situation, when the borders were closed, embassies were closed. Nobody could come to the Czech Republic, and we need to follow all the instructions, the restrictions, and like almost everyday changes of those restrictions. And it was really, really hard for us to check the updated information on the websites of each institution, like the Ministry of Health, or Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Interior, or embassies. Currently, we are focused on the Ukrainian crisis, and the All Academy of Sciences. We created the website, which is available under this link. So if you are on the main website of the Academy of Sciences, which is like www.avcr.cz, you can see the link that there is the help for Ukraine, and you can get the information. So share it with your Ukrainian colleagues, and we will be very happy if we can help. The new thing, quite new thing since last year, is the adaptation and integration course, which is mandatory for all foreigners, like let's say non-EU foreigners, with the residence permit for the purpose of scientific research, and family members who came to the Czech Republic after the 1st January 2021. So if you did not attend the course and you came after this date, please do not hesitate to contact me. There are the public courses organized by Integration Center in Prague, which cost 1,500 crowns, and they are held in different languages. Also, the dates are more available. We organize 5 courses this year, and they are held in English, but the price is 800 because we pay for the lecturer, we pay for the room, and we pay for the translator. So one more reminder, there is also the fee, like fine or penalty. If you do not attend the course on time, the penalty is up to 10,000 of Czech crowns. And you might get in troubles with the prolongation of your residence permit if you do not attend the course. Our step to the future is the Czech language course, because we are asked by many researchers and currently by the Ukrainian refugees about the Czech language courses, and we plan to open some courses for our clients, but we will see how it works. And as said, the last challenge is the career development, which we want to open or make available for researchers as well. And here you can see some photos from our twinning event. This was in Botanical Garden here in Prague 2 years ago, when we could taste the local wine from vineyard of St. Clair. And for kids, there was a pumping decoration possibility. And this is also one of the old photos from a trip, Euraccess trip to Karlovy Vary. And I think it was very nice to meet the people. Currently, we do not know almost nobody who came after the COVID outbreak personally, because our office is closed for visitors. And yeah, so we hope that we can manage some trip again. Where you can get the information about Euraccess, so it's basically the website of Euraccess. We have also the Facebook group, Euraccess Czech Republic, and for spouses of researchers, there is another Facebook group, and we also send the newsletter, Euraccess newsletter, every 2 months. Depends on how fast we are. And I would like to just show you some events which will be very soon. One of them will be in 10 minutes. And so you can see the events, and if you are interested to attend some of them, then just contact me. And this goes for my last slide, which is like with my contact details. The presentation will be available, I hope so. So you can get the emails then or contact details later. That's it.
Thank you very much, Zuzka, for your very interesting presentation covering various services you provide. As we know that you are in a rush, then we don't want to waste your time, but we have received 2 questions. Now we can see that my colleague Petra is sharing with you the Slido, and we can start with the first question.
How exactly was your everyday work affected by COVID-19 pandemic? Did you see decrease in number of international researchers asking for assistance?
Yeah, it changed a lot because previously, before COVID outbreak, we assisted our clients personally. So some of them know that we were twice in the week available on the Ministry of Interior. We could meet personally there, and we can solve everything personally. But now the situation changed, and it's still the same. I'm sorry. Sorry. And now we just go there once per week. We do not meet any clients personally, only during the adaptation and integration courses. I can see 30 of them on each course, and yeah, that was also the administrative was different. So yeah, it affected the work much.
Thank you. We have another question here. Can an international student use these services?
No, we deal only with the researchers, even PhD researchers, but our aim is to help to researchers with the residence permit for the purpose of scientific research and with their family or to their family members. For international students, there are like study departments at the universities, so we do not have capacity to help to all students. PhD students, yes, with the purpose of scientific research.
Mm-hmm. Can a Czech researcher going abroad contact you to ask for help with, for example, visa and entrance conditions in another country?
No, because every country has some conditions, and we are not able to get all the countries, like you say, USA, I want to go to USA, I want to go to China, I want to go to somewhere else. And it's not possible from capacity reasons to get the information. But if you go in Europe, we can advise you on the contact of another EURAXESS office in another country, because in all countries, like I cannot imagine any country of Europe where is not EURAXESS service available.
I think that was the last question, and so now it's time to thank you very much, Zuzka, for being with us, and the message is clear. So if you are an international researcher, then you can contact the office and ask for assistance, and if you are going abroad, then don't hesitate to visit the website of the EURAXESS network, and you will definitely find a contact in the country of your destination, and you will be assisted in a similar way as the researchers in the Czech Republic. So thank you, Zuzka, and we will share your presentation after the event, and then it was a pleasure to meet you again at this National Information Day. So good luck with the next event you are organizing, and see you in the future.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you and bye. And now we are going to the next presentation according to our program. Now we will hear the presentation on the evaluation criteria. And for that, we invited Professor Lenka Lhocká from the Czech Technical University in Prague, who is the evaluator of Marie Skłodowska-Curie ITN or doctor networks, and also experience in assessing individual fellowships, if I'm not mistaken. And she will talk about the evaluation criteria, share with you some useful tips and recommendations, what you shouldn't forget to include in your presentation. And if I'm not mistaken, you will concentrate on doctor networks on this type of proposals. So welcome, Professor Lhocká, and I can see that you are already sharing your presentation. So if you can put it into full screen, we can see it very well, and we can hear you. So the floor is yours, and thank you very much for accepting the invitation.
Thank you very much for your nice introduction. I am happy to be with you and to share at least some of my experience this afternoon. So once more, good afternoon to everybody. As my colleague already said, I'm coming from the Czech Technical University in Prague, and I have been serving as a reviewer for more than a decade, actually, starting with the individual fellowships, and now already for several years with ITN, and recently renamed to doctoral networks. So just to show the somehow slow. Okay, well, what's going on? I'm sorry, this happened to me for the first time that it did not work. So I hope you see my slides, and I will try to move through it in the best way. So yeah. Basically, what is the beginning? Either you have the doctoral network in mind, or even the individual fellowship. You start with a brilliant idea, or at least you think the idea is brilliant. And then you have to decide whether it's for your own purpose for the individual fellowship, or it should be developed into a doctoral network, because the topic is quite broad, and there can be developed topics for several PhD students. Then, of course, it's necessary to find relevant partners and create a consortium. And of course, to be ready that this task is not so easy, and you need quite a lot of time for proposal writing. So the time schedule is very important, and it must be quite far ahead before the deadline, because writing proposal in the last moment is usually not the best way how to do it. And of course, since it is also based on a very good research of state-of-the-art in the domain, or usually currently in interdisciplinary domains, so the literature search must be done very carefully. Also, the running projects in similar areas must be addressed well in the proposal, so that you either say that you will share some experience and know-how with the running projects, or that you define the borders between the projects which are solved in other places. And that's also very important, that you know what is going on currently in the research in the given area. Again and again, you have to read also the call conditions and all documents, because sometimes when you read it for the first time, you may overlook something, or just you don't think it is so important. When you start to write the proposal and you follow the template, then it again can appear that some points are not clear and you need to read the documentation once more. The proposal for writing again has several parts, and I will address them during talking about the individual points for evaluation. And of course, final reading and check is also very important, not to forget anything what is important. And also my experience when we write grants is that it's very good when you have almost the pre-final version to ask somebody who was not involved in writing to read it. And if the person who is not involved understands the basic ideas and basic objectives you define in the proposal and understands what you want to solve, that's great, because it's also a part of the experience that sometimes you are deep in the topic, you understand it well, all the people you are cooperating with are understanding it, but nobody outside your small community. And it is important that also people outside understand what you want to do. That's how it is then reviewed, because not all reviewers are really experts in very narrow areas. So they usually cover the broader topic, and the text you prepare must be understandable for all these experts in broader areas. And then finally, when everything is fine, you submit the proposal. Again, the advantage is that there is a proposal template, and it gives you basic hints, basic guidance through the writing. In doctoral networks is divided into two parts. In part one, there is a limited number of pages. If I remember well, now it's 34. And whatever is more, it's just cut, and it is not part of the review, which would be a mistake if there is any important information. And in this part one, you have to show excellence of the proposal, impact on society, economy, technology, and science, and quality and efficiency of the implementation. Part two, there are the partners' descriptions, letter of commitment in case there are associated partners, and so on. So this is how the proposal is divided. Now going to individual points. In excellence, you have to show these points. So what is the quality and pertinence of the project's research and innovation objectives? That means that you have to exactly define how you proceed, what is the state of the art, and in how far beyond state of the art you are going in the research that is proposed in the project. And the methodology that will be followed during the project solving must be sound, must be explained well according to the topic you are solving, because there are different methodologies for different areas of science. The doctoral networks are not focused only on the research of individual doctoral students, but also part of the network is training program for all doctoral students involved in the project. And then they can have also individual training program at those universities where they are registered. And last but not least, also quality of the supervision is assessed. That means who are the personalities who will supervise individual PhD students during the project time. What the reviewer wants to read, that's the question we have to answer in the proposal. As I already said, the topic must be explained very clearly, straightforward. You have to stress where the excellence is. So what you are doing and how far beyond the current state of your research and also of the research outside you aim to go. It is always a balance between the great ambition and the reasonable amount of research work which you can manage to finish in the project period, because what we have in mind, or should have in mind, is that the project length is maximum 48 months. The beginning is preparation for accepting the PhD students, and then there is some final period. So what we have to also calculate is that the PhD students will work on the topic 3 years. And the defined objectives of the proposal must be reachable within this time. That's very important. I already mentioned the state of the art and where to go beyond. Again, what I like actually is if it is shown in a form of a table or sometimes in form of a figure, depending again on the topic, what is more relevant. So sometimes figures and tables can say more within smaller space, which is also important. As I said, that there is limited number of pages, and you must fit in this number with all the information that is required. So sometimes really figures and tables give the reviewer more information just on one glance without reading long text. That's necessary to realize. Objectives must be very well specified, again, in reflecting the state of the art and also the interconnection, because doctoral network means that the PhD students work on one side on their individual topics, but these topics cannot just hang in the air. They must be interconnected, and the description in this first part, excellence, has to show how the topics are interconnected. That's another very important point. That means that we did not just collect the brilliant ideas, but very independent ideas and put them in one proposal. For example, if there is the main idea to solve some problems of robotics, of autonomous guided vehicles, then we can identify topics, for examples, that will follow the sensor development, the best way how to design the layout and combination of different sensors. Another topic can be followed on data fusion from these sensors and using artificial intelligence methods for data processing and so on. Another topic can be focused on efficient battery control because batteries are very important in these autonomous vehicles, even in electric cars. So again, how to optimize the consumption. So in this way, you have to build up the whole structure for all these PhD students. It's also necessary to mention that the doctoral network has also a limit. Maximum currently is 15 PhD students in one network. The lower limit, I am not sure whether it's defined there, but usually in the proposals I got that there were between 10 to 15, not less than 10. And again, you have to identify topics for all of them. Methodology, again, I repeat once more, it must be very appropriate for the topic, and it must be well described. Sometimes it seems to you, because you understand the topic into detail, that it's enough to write a short paragraph, but for somebody who does not go into detail in the topic, needs probably some more sentences explaining how this methodology should be followed. For example, in software engineering, there are different methodologies for software development. For those who are involved every day in programming, they know them very well, so the names are enough to be said. But for somebody who is maybe in computer science but not dealing directly with software development, more probably with theory, the names don't say anything, and it's better to have at least 2 sentences to explain what is behind the name of the methodology. Gender dimension of research. That's also a point which must not be forgotten. And it's not concerning whether there are female researchers or not, but it's related to the proposal topic. For example, if we are working in the purely engineering domain, developing some sensors, for example, for measuring the air quality, there is no gender dimension in the topic. However, if you have applications to medical tasks, there is definitely gender dimension, because once we are developing, for example, some diagnostic or therapeutical approaches and devices, there are differences between males and females with respect to the physical condition, to the body anatomy, and so on. So this should be mentioned, or must be mentioned in the text, that you are well aware of this aspect, and again, in relation with the topic, what is the main issue. So how you will approach the gender dimension, whether, for example, going to medicine, whether you will have also different groups of patients directly divided by gender or not, whether the disease is different when it shows up at the females or in males. Another important point is open science, and again, that there are already some recommendations how to formulate this topic or this issue with respect to your topic, how and what can be published openly. If the doctoral network is focused more on the industry, there might be some restrictions when we discuss intellectual property rights, because in the case of industrial topics, there might be something that can lead, for example, to some patentable result. In that case, again, there might be restrictions imposed on the information about these results. Similar aspect is concerning data management. And of course, we try to make the research data as open as possible. However, when we go, for example, again back to medicine, we have to be aware of the fact that if we are allowed to use this data in the fair setting, that all data must be anonymized, that there must be also informed consent, that the data will be used for research purpose and in anonymized version made public. All these steps must be followed before you can publish the data, for example, in an open database that might be then used also by other research group for testing of algorithms and so on. Now we go from research to training. And training program again has some parts, because it has usually topics that are focused on the topic of the whole project, because sometimes the PhD students, when they are coming from different universities, do not have knowledge and skills in some of the topics. And it's good if they get some training in form of a summer winter school or some kind of other intensive training to be also acquainted with the details of these topics. Then, of course, the training program focuses on soft skills, publication writing, grant proposal writing, communication, presentation, and so on. And also there is usually training on the IPR, so that the students know how to handle the property, intellectual property, and how to decide, for example, that the solution might be patented, and what are the procedures, or what to do, where to go, and consult the issue. And of course, part of the training program is the secondment, which again has some rules that are defined by the MSCA program, and it's necessary to describe the procedure, how these secondments are organized. And in all these aspects, it's necessary to be specific. It's not good to use too much general formulation. So it's again something you have to think about. Because there is not too much space, and the general formulations don't say anything about the real content. Last item in the excellence part are supervisors. The names are usually mentioned in the partners' profiles. However, in this part, it's good to have a short summary that says, first in general, from which areas the supervisors are coming and how it is relevant to the topics of individual PhD students. And it's good to put a table, which again means smaller space used in the text, that is showing the basic quantitative information about each individual supervisor and co-supervisors who are involved in the project, showing also how they were successful with the former PhDs, how many PhD students they have currently, maybe 2-3 keywords about the topics, and that's it. The second part of the proposal is focused on impact, and again there are 4 main items. First one is or should show how the project contributes to doctoral training at the European level, and how the graduates of the program will then strengthen European innovation capacity. That means how the topics they are solving will contribute to it. Then the next step is defining the measures, how these measures are credible, and the measures are focused on the development of career of the PhD students, and how this kind of training the PhD students get will contribute to their employability. You don't need to describe in each detail how the PhD students will be trained, because you can refer back to the description also that is shown already in the previous part, but you have to define the measures, how you want to measure the quality of the training and research that will contribute to the perspectives. And of course, then there is a part that is focused on dissemination and exploitation. So again, how we can assess these outcomes. That means how many different types of dissemination activities will be organized. What is the measure of the quality? That means probably how many participants, for example, will participate in a workshop, in a conference organized in frame of the project, or if there will be a special session or several sessions in a well-established conference, and so on. And also part of it is again quantitative information, saying how many publications each PhD student has to prepare in a year and or in the whole 3-year time. It's advisable to use again examples of journals and conferences. And last but not least is a contribution of the project to expected impacts on science, society, and economy. So showing what or how the results of the project can contribute in all these aspects. Again, it depends whether it's really focused more on a fundamental research, so definitely there might be higher scientific impact. There might be also societal, in case we are on the border of medicine or social sciences. And of course, if there is expected also some production based on the results, then it might have also economic impact. Sorry. As I already mentioned, the measures of the training or how to assess the training must be defined quite concrete, no general sentences. The same holds for the publications, because if we just write, well, the PhD student will have the obligation to write 3 journal articles and send papers to at least 2 conferences. It's general. It does not say anything about quality of journals, quality of the conferences. That means that you have to specify at least examples of the journals, or saying, well, our target are journals which are in, I don't know, computer science in quarter Q1, and conferences which are listed on Webs of Science. For example, IEEE something. That's again, how you show that you know in which journals and conferences the very good or excellent quality results in your area are standardly published. That is very important. Next item is management of IPR. So this is, I would say, a standard paragraph that informs how the IPR will be handled in the frame of the project, how agreements, for example, on individual results will be signed, and so on. And the last point are these scientific, economic, technological, and societal impact. That's again something that you can describe very precisely in relation to the expected outcomes of the project. Last part of the proposal is quality and efficiency of the implementation. This is focused on the work plan, definition of the work packages, risk assessment, and development also of individual research plans for each doctoral students. And last but not least is a description of the role and quality of each participant, including arrangements, that means the laboratory equipment, and also the synergy of the whole consortium. That means how they are working together to reach the goals. Again, something that is almost a must, but in a limited space of the pages. What should not be forgotten when describing work packages: who is the leader, who are the participants in the work package, what are the objectives, and short description. Sometimes, if the work package is more complex, there are also tasks in the work package defined, but again, they need some description, at least 2 sentences, because of the space. But if you just put the title of the subtask without any further description, it's not enough, unfortunately. Deliverables and milestones are 2 points which must be again defined very well and reasonably. That means that there is no need to have a deliverable for each small item, but to have a reasonable number with good timing. That is more important, and the same holds for the milestones. So they must be well defined, and again focus only on important items that can really represent a milestone in the project. Therefore, it's named milestone. In current proposals, Gantt chart is not mandatory, but again, it helps. It's a graphical expression that can show the reviewer how smoothly the work in individual work packages and also connected individual student plans can work. And the individual research projects, again, they must be defined similarly as the work packages. That means that it's clearly shown what is the role of supervisor, co-supervisor, secondment. Again, you define objectives and expected results, and also content of the secondments. That is also important because sometimes the applicants put only a name of the company or partner where the secondment will take place, dates in the frame of the project, but there is no more information about the content. That means what the student is supposed to do within this secondment, what will be the skills and knowledge he or she acquires during the secondment. That's also very important because it should show also to this direct connection between the topic of the individual research project and content of the secondment. Management, again, it's almost copy-paste in most of the projects, as we know, but it's also important to show the basic organizational structure. Again, there can be a small figure showing all the interconnections between different types of boards which are used, especially if we use really the full number of 15 PhD students, more universities, industrial partners, and so on. So this is very important to show how this is organized. Recruitment strategy is also a mandatory part, and it's necessary to mention also the equal opportunity principle. That's a must. Then there is a paragraph about progress monitoring and individual research project evaluation. This point of evaluation is sometimes missing in the projects, but again, it shows how you will do it in the same or at least similar way throughout the project, because for doctoral study, each university might have different rules with some deviation. So now there is a necessity to have equal rules for all the doctoral students in the project. That's also an important point. Risk management, again, quite an important part. And even here might be some mistakes because some authors just focus on those issues which are connected with the human resources. So what happens if we do not hire a PhD student? What happens if the supervisor leaves the team, and so on? But there must be also risks connected with the research topic. So what happens if we do not recruit enough of patients, for example. What happens if we do not have enough data for training neural networks, and so on. So all these aspects that are connected with the proposal as such must be considered. And gender aspects in this section is focused on, let's say, the gender balance and equal opportunity in the team. That means how it is solved, whether the domain is more occupied by males, for example, mechanical engineering. So you have to explain how you can or what you can do to attract more females to apply for PhD in this area, for example. In some domains, there is no problem, and usually the balance is almost 50-50. So it's really depending on the area where you apply. And last but not least is the appropriateness of the infrastructure and capacity of the partners. Of course, details of description of the partners are in the second part of the proposal, where you can describe everything in more detail concerning the partners, including all the infrastructure that will be used. However, here, usually it's not more than half of a page. You have to be very concise and comprise all the information in this small space, showing how the partners can interact and where the synergy between the partners is. So this is almost all, and now just my conclusion. Just repeating what I said, first read the guidelines very carefully. The topic should be creative and also in a way visionary, because it is expected that it moves the science a little bit further, at least. And concerning writing, it's always good to use precise and unambiguous expressions. And what I said at the beginning, that you try to invite somebody who was not involved and can read the proposal, or you yourself can imagine that you are in the position of the reviewer and do the critique. But this is more difficult, because you are you are very deep in the topic and does not bring the best feedback. It's usually better to have a feedback from somebody from outside. Well, and I wish all of you who plan to submit such a proposal good luck in the next calls. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Hocka, for your very thorough presentation on each of the evaluation criteria in MSCA. So I believe that our audience appreciated your tips and recommendations. And before moving to the next presentation, the last one in this section, I will ask my colleague to share Slido screen, because we have received 2 questions on the evaluation. So if you can read it.
So the first one is, what is the difference between the quality of the training program and the quality of the supervision?
Okay, thank you for the question. Supervision is really the part of the research work. That means that the supervisor should give you the advice how to use the methods, how to use the selected methodology properly, how to design the experiment, for example, bring you to methods for evaluation of the results and so on. While the training program is focused on the related areas, for example, the PhD student is coming from the area of mathematics and applies for a position in computer science with a focus on machine learning. That means that he or she possesses really good knowledge in mathematics, but did not meet during the study any topics from artificial intelligence. So he or she can go for training in artificial intelligence to get better knowledge of the algorithms, how to orientate in different methods, what are they good for, and so on. And more stress, I would say, is now given also to soft skills, because again, different countries, different universities do this training in master study on different levels. And sometimes we found out that the PhD students are not so good in communication skills or in presentation skills or even in writing the text, because again, to express the idea just on one page is very difficult. So this kind of training is part of the training program.
Thank you. We have another question for you. Within your long-term experience, can you observe increasing competition in calls reflected in higher quality of evaluated proposals?
Yes, it's simple, but it's obvious that throughout the years, really the consortia are better and better composed, and the topics are really interesting, and sometimes it is very difficult to find slight differences and to make order of the proposals, because you see, well, they are equal, so how can I decide which of these two is better? And it's really also, I remember that really in the past, at the beginning, there was no limitation on pages. So the proposals were very long, but the content of information was not higher than now. I would say that it was even lower than now. And once you have this page limit, it really forces you to think more about the content and about the information you send as a message to the reviewers.
Thank you very much for answering these questions, and again for your time, for your great presentation, Professor Hodzka. And we will now follow our program. And the last presenter of this session will be Mr. Philip Dietz from the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport, who will now present here two calls in preparation and also summarize the previous calls under the previous program period. So we can see that Philip is now sharing his presentation. So I hope that everything is working, and I would like to thank you for accepting the invitation. And now I'm giving you the floor.
Sorry. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the Information Day for the opportunity to shortly present you the prepared course International Mobility of Researchers, MSCA PF and MSCA COFAN CZ here. My name is Filip Dietz and I work at the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport in the Department of Management, Operational Programs, Research, Development and Education, and the new one, which is called Jan Amos Komenský. In my presentation, I would like to present the main objectives of the prepared course, result of the previous course in OPRDE, differences between conditions in Horizon and Operation Program. But I have to say first that the negotiation of the operational program with European Commission is not finished yet, so the information I would give you is not official yet. I will present what we would like to support, but changes may appear due to negotiation. We expected that the operational program will be accepted by the European Commission till June this year. The objective of the call, what is written on the slide, is a kind of language of operational program, but it means that increasing the qualification of researchers through supporting projects submitted to MSCA postdoctoral fellowships in Horizon Europe, which were successfully evaluated. They get over 70 points, but haven't been financed due to lack of money in Horizon. In this call, we would like to support European postdoctoral fellowships, global postdoctoral fellowships, and the Horizon 2020 projects from the year 2020. I will speak about it a little bit later. Now, I would like to show the results of the previous 4 calls which we had in operational program research, development and education. First call was in 2017, 4 projects from MSCA IF in the years 16 and 15, and last call was published in 2020 for MSCA projects submitted in 2019. In year 2021, we didn't publish any call for MSCA projects due to expiring the operational program. So here you can see how many incoming or outgoing mobilities were supported. A total of these 4 calls where we supported 166 mobilities, 125 incoming mobilities, and 41 outgoing mobilities. In total allocation, more than half a billion crowns. So new one call which we prepare, International Mobility of Researchers, MSCA PF. So what we are planning is to support European fellowships, but as I said before, global fellowships too, which is something new, because in calls I mentioned before, only European fellowships were supported. The application containing such projects must not have a different content from the application approved in Horizon Europe, MSCA PF, Horizon 2020, MSCA IF, including the same host organization. As I mentioned, Horizon 2020, it because we want to support in first round, so means this year, also projects submitted to MSCA IF in 2020, because we didn't support it due to expiring of operational program. And we plan support not only Sea of Excellence project, but all projects above 70 points. 70 points they got in evaluation. These are three types of activities, supported activities in operational program call. Is the support of so-called no money projects, arrivals to Czech Republic, departures from Czech Republic, and newly support of no money MSCA projects, global postdoctoral fellowships, and these projects, the global, will consist of a maximum 2 years mobility in a third country and 1 year in a Czech research organization. Here are some the biggest differences between conditions in operational program and Horizon Europe. The first, the eligibility. In Horizon Europe, the research submit itself the project proposal, but in operation program only the institution or organizations for research and knowledge dissemination according to the definition of the framework for states are eligible. So it means that only the organizations of which their researchers submitted MSCA projects can submit project to operational program, or the institution where the researchers want to come. And only one application is maximum for each applicant each year. So the organizations have to find or ask the researchers submitted MSCA projects if they want to be financed through the operational program, and then they submit application for all these small projects from MSCA. The other difference is that the applicant and then beneficiary must co-finance the projects, and the co-financing is 5% of total cost. And the third condition, the researchers must be employed by the applicant institution for the entire duration of the mobility. And it applies for all types of mobilities, incoming, outgoing. Some data of the calls. The call is ongoing with annual application round. It means that the plan of publication of the call is 29th of July to 2022, and the call will be opened till the end of August 2027, but they will be something like with the projects with MSCA projects submitted the year before. Only the first round this year, it's open for MSCA projects PF 2021 and MSCA IF from Horizon 2020 from a year 2020. The all allocation for the whole call is 750 million crowns. And as I said, some date for submitting proposals this year would be from the opening of the call, 29th of July 2022, and date for submitting proposal will be around the end of November. Duration of the projects means the big projects in operational program is from 12 to 66 months. Other call based on MSCA is MSCA COFAN CZ. This is a new call. We didn't have this type of call in a previous period. And again, as in MSCA, the application containing such project must not have a different content from the application approved in Horizon Europe, MSCA COFAN. But in this call, we will support only the Seal of Excellence awarded projects, and it's due to the state aid rules, because the Seal of Excellence projects are supported under the GBER. As I said, the project from this finished round of MSCA COFAN 2021, only this projects we would support. And if everything goes well, we would like to publish the call from 29th of July till 1st of December 2022. Allocation is 250 million Czech crowns, and the date of opening and closing of the call is the date for starting submitting and end of submitting the proposal. The duration of the projects must be the same as the planet for the Horizon, and is up to 60 months. That's all for now in my presentation. Actualities and other information about the Operational Program Jarmowsko-Menský and actualities of the calls you can find on opgak.cz, and there is to email address for questions for this call, so you can use it. And I would like to say at the end again that this information, as said, is not official yet due to the ongoing negotiations with European Commission. And I hope that our calls will motivate other Czech researchers to apply in MSCA postdoctoral fellowships, as it is so-called third chance to be funded the projects under operational program if their will not be money in horizon or widening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Philip, for your presentation. I believe that this topic is relevant for quite a lot of participants watching today's session. We have received a couple of questions, and my colleague is already sharing the Slido screen. And so we can start answering. Of course, I can help you if there's any question which is focused on MSCA more specifically. So maybe the first question, I can read it. If you get Seal of Excellence in one country, how can you use it in another country if you don't get the secondary funding in the first country?
So as I said in our call, it's not necessary to get a Seal of Excellence. It's necessary to get 70 or more points, and the main thing is that for the supporting the projects from our call is if it is a mobility to Czech organization or from Czech organization to abroad.
Okay, thank you. Then we have here another question. Would you write in a grant application, for example, GACHR, that you got the Seal of Excellence but unfunded? This question is maybe better to be asked to those who are responsible for GACHR. So we cannot tell you because we don't know, of course, the details on each of the calls, or we are responsible for promoting MSCA calls, and in this case also the operational program Jan Amos Komenský. So this should be definitely double-checked in the supporting documentation for GACHR calls. But in general, for applying for this specific call supported via the operational program Jan Amos Komenský or Jan Amos Comenius, then of course you have to use the proposal from the MSCA. Also the evaluation, I believe the evaluation will be taken into account when assessing whether you will support this proposal or not, because it is of course based on this threshold of 70%. But as I said, we cannot give you a precise information on GACHR requirements, let's say. Yeah, then the following question is quite important, I would say. I have already received it a couple of times. What about projects with a secondment or non-academic placement? It means secondment in a company. Will this kind of secondments be eligible for OP-JAC?
This is a good question. Thanks a lot. I will start this way. Just not only the operational program is negotiated, but the unit cost for the financing mobilities under our call is negotiated with European Commission. We like to use the same finance as Horizon, and this question is I think why that in previous operational program we didn't support this type of secondment or placement, but in new operational program in new call we would like to support secondment or placement in non-academic sector with some statements that there will not be some economic activity during the project. And for the project, for the mobilities which get Seal of Excellence, they will be under GBER, so it will be possible to. So we would like to support projects with secondment or placement in non-academic sectors, but it's not the negotiation is not finished yet.
Thank you. Will it be necessary to anyhow adapt the MSCA co-fund proposal before applying to the operational program call?
No, the co-fund proposal will be submitted into application to our call as it was submitted to Horizon.
And we expect that they will also have to fill in some, let's say, more administrative templates and complete a form with.
Yes, through the system for operational program. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. So I think this is the same question we have already answered, so we can delete it. Is it necessary to start for all MSCA fellows under OPIAC to have the same starting date?
No, it will not be necessary, but I can say that fellows would start after submitting project to operational program, then they can start, but it's not necessary to start the same date as in our original project.
Okay. The hosting institutions frequently require contribution towards overheads. Does this call take this into consideration?
I'm not sure I understood precisely, but as I said, we would like to get the same amount of money as it would get from Horizon.
Yes, and it also depends whether you are asking this question related to postdoctoral fellowships or co-fund programs, but in general for postdoctoral fellowships there is always the institutional contribution, the amount you are entitled to receive for management, indirect costs. So I believe that the ministry will follow the same rule, and the same for co-fund programs. You can ask for a co-funding, which is so-called co-fund allowance contribution, and then of course you have to have internal sources to carry out the program. So basically you will not deviate these rules, or you will follow the same rules as under Horizon Europe, if I understand it correctly.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. This was already when the founded project will start, so it depends, and I think you have shown on your slide also the possible start of the project. And what do we have here? So how does the ministry reflect publications on the Open Research Europe platform recommended by the European Commission in the evaluation of Czech research institutions? So I
don't know if it's.
I believe that you will again do not, or you will not apply any specific rules. So the operational program will be in compliance with the European standards.
Yes.
So on the open research databases or repositories. And what else do we have here? Is there an MSCA co-fund CZ call planned also for future years, not only 2022? So I think you have already answered, but if you can.
The MSCA co-fund CZ call is planned only for this year, because we do not have so much money for every year supporting co-fund, but it will be depends on how it will be successful this year. If there will be money for next year, maybe we will think of next year call, but I cannot say it now.
Mm-hmm. So we will see also in the future what is the interest of the Czech potential applicants, etc. So hopefully there will be some successful proposals, and of course we will get you in touch with the ministry and the novelties. Does the institution or the researcher submit the MSCA not funded project in the call for national funding?
As I said in the presentation, only the institutions are eligible to submit projects to operational program.
Mm-hmm. And if I'm not mistaken, if the institution has more applicants, individual researchers, then it means they should complete one file,
yes.
including all these individual projects, and then submit to your national call. Mm-hmm. Okay, is there any file where we can see what data are required or required previous years to complete a submission to the YAC call? It would help us to be prepared.
For the new operational program, it's not yet, but you can see the previous calls, and there are all documentation for the calls, so it will be similar. So you can see in previous call on the pages of OPRDE.
Thank you. And maybe I can ask, do you plan any seminar or any information session once the operational program John Amos Comenius is approved by the Commission?
I think it will be some seminar, but it is not decided yet.
Okay, thank you. And of course, if the seminar is planned, then we will inform our audience through also the national portal on Horizon Europe. Can non-Czech researcher or non-Czech people who work in the Czech Republic apply for the funding from OPIAC?
Yes, the nationality is, but doesn't matter the nationality. Only the institution that has to be the Czech research institutions. So the people or the researchers who work in Czech research institution, any nationality can go to mobility from OPIAC.
Okay, and I think this has been already answered. It was the question related to who is applying, so it's the institution who is submitting the proposal, the application, and the last question, can I receive Czech MSCA and also have contract for work in other different country?
I'm not sure in this question, but I think if they ask if they can work on MSCA and in other program. So it will be the same as in Horizon. There should be half of FTE work or mandatory work on MSCA project.
Okay, thank you very much. So this was the last question, and now of course we have to wait for the adoption of the operational program of these two calls related to MSCA, and once it is approved by the European Commission, then of course the ministry will disseminate the information about the calls, potentially organize an event. And we will stay in contact. So hopefully all applicants who are interested in these two calls will have enough information to submit their proposals via the institutions, as it has been underlined. So thank you very much, Mr. Thies, for your time. And now we thank you and goodbye. We should now move to the next session, but before the last afternoon session, the second afternoon session, we will have a short break of a couple of minutes. So in 15 minutes we will be back. It means at 2:30. And the last session will be devoted to MSCA success stories. So stay with us, come back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third and the last part of our one-day National Information Day on MSCA Skłodowska-CURIE Actions. If you join us now, I would like to say that my name is Zuzana Šimek, and together with my colleague Petra Fedorová, who is sitting next to me, are MSCA and ERC NCPs working at the Technology Center of the Czech Academy of Sciences, and we are guiding you through this whole day. I would also like to mention my colleague Petra Ondračková, who is sitting next to us and helping us with more IT issues together with our IT colleagues. So we would like to thank all of them for their support. This last part is devoted to testimonials of MSCA Skłodowska-CURIE projects. We decided to invite four projects, four representatives of different MSCA projects funded via the previous framework program Horizon 2020. So you will hear their testimonials, and after that you will of course have also the opportunity to ask your questions. You can write down your questions via the application Slido. So if you Google Slido or use your mobile phone, then insert the code MSCA 2022, and you can then raise your questions. We will see whether we receive any question immediately after the first presentation. Otherwise, there will be Q&A session after all these four presentations. And according to our program, the first presentation in this session will be given by two colleagues, two ladies from VSB, Technical University of Ostrava, and these colleagues are Ms. Tereza Benešová and Ms. Barbara Dvořáková, representing project as national coordinators of Researchers' Night, representing the project Science Check. So I will now give the floor to our two colleagues, and you can start sharing your presentation. The presentation is coming, so if you can put it into full screen mode, then it will be better visible.
Okay, is it okay?
Yes, here it comes.
Okay.
So we can hear you very well. We can see your slides. So please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hello from Ostrava. My name is Tereza Benešová and my colleague Barbara Dvořáková. We are members of Project Support Center of VSB Technical University of Ostrava, and thank colleagues from Technology Center for the invitation and the opportunity to present the project Science Check, project under the call European Researchers Night. Some problem with presentation.
Please try to click on your presentation. Maybe
It's okay.
Work.
Thank you. So first, let me say a few words about European Researchers Night in general. A European Researchers Night is a public event launched by European Commission in the year 2005. The objective of this Marie Curie action and citizens action is to bring research and researchers closer to the general public with focus on families, pupils, and students, and it is so through the organization of the European Researchers Night event that take place across EU member states and Horizon associate countries. And the aim of this event is to contribute to promoting excellent research projects across Europe, to increase awareness among the general public of the importance and benefits of research and innovation, and to increase young people's interest in science and research careers. To put it simply, European Research is a set of events that take place each last Friday in September across more than 250 cities in Europe, and more than 1 million people attend this event each year. Event can last up to 2 days. They can start on Friday and continue the following day, and of course, pre-events prior to the main event and related post-events can also be organized. What's the situation in Czech Republic? At the very beginning, the event was organized by the Czech Astronomical Society, which organized lectures and events in observatories and planetariums, and gradually universities, scientific centers, museums, and other research workplaces started to join an event. And currently, 21 universities and more than 60 non-universities workplaces are involved in the Researchers' Night Consortium. What's the background of our European Researchers' Night proposal? Ostrava team consists of VSB Technical University of Ostrava, together with the University of Ostrava and the Science and Technology Center. And this team was elected in 2018 as a national coordinator by members of all the organizers of regional Researchers' Night events. That means more than 60 voters in Czech Republic. With this mandate, we've started to prepare first Researchers' Night application in 2018. We submitted projects in 4 years. As you can see, we were successful with 2 applications for the year 2020 and 2021. So our success rate is half and half. And for each of this year, the consortium appointed a specific topic covering the given year. For example, 100 years of Czech science, planet-friendly, human and robot, time. Time was the topic for last year. Science Check was designed as a single beneficiary project. All work packages were led by VSB Technical University of Ostrava. 42 towns and cities in Czech Republic were linked up during Researchers' Night for arrangement of events promoting results of research work. On the map, you can see the main centers. main centers with highest turnout of visitors, and these centers serve as a regional centers for the area as well. What's important for the European Commission assessment is the impact of the event measured, for example, by the number of visitors. So you can see a growing number of visitors from the year 2009 to some prediction until 2023. Last year, the attendance was around 60,000 people in Czech Republic. What's the necessary part of the project is promotion of EU through, as we say, EU corners. The purpose of these EU corners is to provide general information about the European Union and EU funds for science and education. To ensure these EU corners, we used the cooperation with a network of EU centers in Czech Republic. The presentation of these Euro centers was set up in all its locations in 13 cities in Czech Republic. In this EU corners, visitors could ask questions about EU, took information materials. EU corners also offered entertaining games, competitions, quizzes, and testing activities where researchers are involved. And I would like to hand over to Barbara, who was the project manager of this Science Check project.
Okay, so regarding the project management, it was quite simple and straightforward in this case because the projects were quite short. Most of them last only 10 months. Moreover, the structure of the project was also defined already in the core, and not only the work packages, but also the deliverables and their content was predefined. So we had 4 packages. The first one was the awareness campaign. This work package focused on PR activities prior to the event, then activities during the night. This work package covered the activities already taken place during the night, like the games, presentations, hands-on activities, and also online activities. And the third work package was called impact assessment, and it was required to do both quantitative and qualitative assessment of the event. In our case, we used questionnaires for quantitative assessment, and for qualitative one, we used the focus groups and also a unique application, which measured the mental distance towards some phrases or some words connected with research science and research career. And the last work package was management of the project. As regard to management structure, it was a single beneficiary project because there were so many other cooperating organizations that it was the manage the project. So VHB was in charge of project management and coordination of all activities around the Czech Republic. And the European Researchers Night team consisted of representatives of the local organizers of the cooperating organizations. These representatives were responsible for the activities in their respective towns and cities. And the team was also, there were also project and financial managers and other staff for VHB as a coordinator. What was important in our case was risk management because in 2020 the COVID pandemic came and it caused many changes in our project. Firstly, it was changes in timing because European Commission decided to shift the event from September to November. But for us, it meant that we had to reschedule the activities, but also change them because many of the activities could not have been done outside in November. But once we have done it, we had to also change the mode of delivery of the event because of the conditions and the rules. We had to move the event to fully virtual mode. So it meant that we had to instantly reschedule the activities, reorganize the teams involved, and recalculate the budget. And also we had to very frequently communicate with our project officer. But finally, after we provided explanations of the deviations from the proposal, we had all the reports approved and we got our grant. So finally, it wasn't such a big deal. And I think it's all from us. Maybe we would like to invite you for this year event with the title With All Senses. This event will take place on the 30th of September this year. Unfortunately, we didn't get the grant this year, but still the event will take place.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you, for sharing with us your experience with organizing this great promotion event. We can see that we have received one question, so I will ask Petra if she can read it.
Is it difficult to succeed in receiving the MSCA grant? How much time did you spend on writing the proposal?
Well, I think the most difficult was to coordinate the proposal because there were so many organizations involved. But regarding the timing, I think it was like 3 to 4 months.
Yeah, it was similar to other Horizon Europe projects or Horizon 2020 projects.
Thank you. And maybe I would like to ask on behalf of institutions watching today's Info Day, if they are not involved so far in your consortium, but they would like to participate or join your activities. Do you accept newcomers, or what should they do?
Yeah, of course, they can contact us and we can go through their application for the consortium. It is possible still, but as Barbara said, this year we didn't receive Marie Curie grant, so this year is without this grant, but we are still on the map of European Researchers' Night events like associated event.
And maybe the last question from my side, are you going to apply a new project once the new call is opened?
We would like, yes.
Okay, so then we will wish you good luck, and of course you can stay in contact with us, with the Technology Center. So thank you very much, and now I will give the floor to Julie from the morning session, because she is focused on the promotion or on communication and promotion events, and she would like to add some information on European Researchers' Night. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, and good afternoon to all, and sorry because actually you already heard me this morning, so I'm back. No, I was first interested in listening to this feedback on the project, and first of all, I would like to congratulate the colleagues who just spoke, because thank you actually for your interest, and also for this very good idea of having a consortium, because indeed that helps a lot to spread and to disseminate the word about research and science across different cities. So thanks a lot for this. No, actually, I just would like also to add regarding the question which was raised right before that, the European Researchers' Night is now embedded in the MSCA and Citizens Call, just for you not to make any mistake. Actually, it's still the European Researchers' Night as such. The event is the European Researchers' Night, but it's the name of the call is MSCA and Citizens. That was one point. This year, just to give you an idea, we got more than applications, and in the end we'll see how many projects will be indeed funded, because the grant agreement preparation is still ongoing, but usually each year we have around 50 projects selected. So just for you to have an idea of the rate of success among the proposals. That was one point. The other one is also that MSCA and Citizens is a coordination and support action, meaning that for the application, the template is about 30 pages. Actually, the document to fill is about 30 pages of applications. So it's still, of course, it requires really a good coordination and a good preparation. But in the end, let's say the format of the application is rather limited, but of course, as it was said by the project coordinators we heard just before, there are some work packages about impact, about awareness campaign. All this have to be really developed. And I just would like to stress again, as said this morning, that now the European Research Night includes this new activity, Researchers at Schools, which is actually one of the work packages. So it will be also evaluated. So that's why I wanted to take the floor again. And again, sorry for taking some more time for that. But I think it's really important to keep in mind that the projects are really strongly encouraged to implement activities linked to this new initiative, Researchers at Schools, which again bring researchers to schools in order to really interact with pupils and teachers on priority topics. And again, this is done throughout the duration of the project, meaning that if you apply for two successive editions of the night, basically the Researchers at School activities can take place as from the signature of the grant agreement until the end of the project. So then it's up to each of the beneficiaries to decide on how periodic these meetings should be. But really, it's about bringing researchers to schools and interact as much as possible also with let's say, more disadvantaged areas which have less access to science and to science activities. I would like also maybe just to mention, because this I didn't have the opportunity to say it this morning because I didn't want to go too much into detail, that now the system, the budget, the funding is based on a lump sum system, which I believe is also easier for applicants and also for us, actually. And the third or the last point is about the EU dimension. It was rightly pointed by the project coordinators right before. The EU dimension should be highlighted in the activities in the event, which is implemented on the last Friday of September. But before, an EU corner was required. Now it's not the case anymore. We have decided to remove the EU corner as such, but still it's up to each of the beneficiaries to find the best way to promote the EU dimension. The importance also for the citizens when they visit the night to understand that what also the EU does in terms of, let's say, impacting the citizens' daily life through the research and innovation projects they are funding. I stop here. I'm very sorry again for taking so much time from you, but I thank you very much for this opportunity to give this additional information. And again, I think that it's a good idea to continue to apply to the night, and I wish lots of success to the project coordinators for the next edition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie, for your intervention and for providing us with all these types of information potential applicants can definitely use. So many thanks once again that you are still with us. And now I think it's time to move and the second presentation in this session will be given by Professor Ivan Folety from Masaryk University, who is the coordinator of MSCA RISE project. It means focused on research and innovation staff exchange, and the acronym of the project he is going to present here is CONC, and now it's time to give him the floor. So I hope you can hear us well, and please start sharing your slides. We can see your presentation.
And you can hear me as well, right?
Yes, if you can put it into
trying
full
to
screen.
This is right now going on good. So,
perfect. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everybody. I see that the audience is a bit tired, but I hope you will survive my presentation. I was asked to speak for 20 minutes, so I'll try to do and maybe being a bit shorter. So, if there is someone who can put his camera on, I would just be delighted too, because to speak just to a black screen is one of the worst nightmares of the COVID period. And I really kind of enjoy to have at least one active people. So is there someone who could put on the camera, please? No reactions apparently. Good, so I see no one. So I hope that someone is at least hearing me. Anyhow, what is the goal of my presentation is just to let you know what kind of project we did, why we did this project, and what we are actually doing. I'm really sorry. Is there someone who can put the camera on? Otherwise, I will be unable to speak, I think, because this is like having just no one to speak to. Thank you so much. So I see at least one person. So now just to go back to the project, the very idea was to take a site of European culture and heritage and to simply put it in a larger context, transferring the knowledge between a series of different European partners and going beyond Europe, because as you know, the RISE scheme is actually expected to go beyond the borders of European Union. So we went to the United States, as well as going beyond actually the walls of academia. So we are collaborating with two institutions which are not academic one. Now, what I think we can say, and I believe this is important first step, is that our project was not born by accident just in order to apply to a project, but it's a consequence of a series of previous projects we actually did with my research group and my students in the past years. So just to say that the story has a beginning, this story is actually started with this crazy map you can see, which is showing a series of pilgrimages I did walking on foot with my students through the years. So you can see from 2012, 2020, and 2021 we did a further one. Now the very idea of this mad image is that as scholars dealing with early medieval and let's say generally pre-modern art, we were interested in understanding what is happening with the human body while walking for thousands of kilometers from one place of devotion to the other. And this is our group in front of the Mont Saint-Michel. Once we reached one of the holy sites we are actually investigating. Now, this story can thus be seen as a story of scholars trying to go beyond their usually disciplinary frameworks. I'm an art historian, so I'm expected to work on images, object, architecture if you wish, but not necessarily to use the human body as a kind of tool for understanding the perception of the art, while this is already happening in the last year, but still this was something quite disruptive, especially in using its own body as a tool for understanding the emotions, but also the real embodied experience in front of an artwork. So our starting point actually was to try to pursue with this kind of mixing human sciences, let's say general human sciences, with medical sciences and with other possible, let's say, ways of understanding the shared cultural European heritage. So this was the beginning of the story, and then we actually created this project, which is called, as you see, CONC, And my presentation does have these 4 short points. I will start with presenting you just the heart of the project in a few minutes. Then I will try to say a few words about how our consortium has been built and why this consortium. And then I will say maybe something also about how fantastic it is to coordinate such a splendid project. And lastly, I will also touch a few of the really problematic points, one of them being the gender and family issues, which are linked with the RISE scheme. And I think this is something we should speak about because this is becoming a real issue. Just to make it clear, we started with our project in 21, so we are now in the 2nd year of its, let's say, life, and we have 2.5 more years in front of us, so we're in the middle of this project. So what the project is about. If you wish, the very idea was this idea. We had this hypothesis. The hypothesis was, let's see how we can analyze the city of Conques, a special place of medieval devotion in French, which became through the centuries one of the icons of French, let's say, Romanesque art, how we can somehow see it when looking to the idea of its perception through the centuries. Now, you should know that Conques is a small place today, sort of village, we would say, in the middle of nowhere somehow. And that this is a very different situation than it was in the past. In the pre-modern period, it was a fairly good and nice city with some 2,000 inhabitants, a bit hidden in the middle of the mountains of central France, but still, this was a very popular and important place, having as a heart of its existence the basilica you can see down the photograph. And this basilica is actually special for many reasons, but especially because this was the place of devotion of one crucial French saint, Saint Foix. You can see her image here down. This is a 9th century victory. But what was more interesting for us actually is that this place, I mean, the village within the landscape, is also hosting some of the most impressive objects of a period comprised between 9th and the, let's say, late 12th century. I am showing 4 of them, just 3 of them actually, to let you understand the importance of this place. One is the already mentioned reliquary of St. Fides, which is actually the most ancient Christian statue preserved in the Latin West. Another one is the reliquary of Pipinus, and then the portal, which you can see how this is today and how plausibly this was looking in 12th century when the portal has been done. Now, what is the kind of disruptive idea in this project is that on the one side, in its intellectual framework, you see 2 figures. Prosper Mérimée, a very important French writer of the first half of the 19th century, as well as one of the key figures for French heritage care in the same period, and the other man is Horibel, called also Stendhal, one of the major writers of French history as such. Both of them participated to making the glory of this site. Now, why I'm speaking about it is because in the 19th century, 2 things are happening in Conques. The first one is that the entire site is restored in a way the 19th century is imagining Middle Ages was looking like. So what you meet in Conques today is actually not the medieval city, but the dream of the 19th century, sort of ideal Disneyland built by intellectuals and actually architectures of this period. The second point, which is crucial to us, is that Conques is a particularly fertile site to understand to which extent the past is built by the present, constantly rebuilt, which we are, by the way, assisting to it in our days. We are constantly rewriting the past through the present, and Conques is not a perfect site to see it. Last but not least, in the framework of discussion about this important French place of medieval culture, actually, a series of very impressive nationalistic theories has been built all along of the 19th and the early 20th century, but also, and this is not less important, in the second half of the 20th century, just after the Second World War, Conques became one of the places around which the European shared culture has been constituted. Saint Foix, the reliquary, becoming one of the icons of the European Union, and the pilgrimage road to Santiago being one of the elements constructing Europe. So my point is that Conques is a site which is very important as a place of, let's say, pre-modern culture, But it's also a site where the present-day European culture has been constructed and is still constructed. And these are the two main streams we wish to investigate in our project. We are investigating. Now, to reach such an ambitious project, to arrive to the end of such an ambitious project, it is obviously necessary to have a consortium which is constructed in the most plausible way, having all possible expertise. So this is like the main big plan of the consortium constructed when we were applying for the Marie Curie. And you see immediately that we have institutions which are purely academic, such as the CMS in Poitiers, which is a transdisciplinary laboratory of pre-modern studies, including archaeometric engineering and people able to do analysis of any sort of materials, because this is still one of the goals we are trying to reach. And the DFK in Paris, which is one of the major places of contact between German and French culture all around, in all 19th, 20th century. And then the Bibliotheca Haziana, Max Planck Institute für Kunstgeschichte in Rome, which is a extremely well-developed laboratory in human sciences working on the landscape and, let's say, cityscape issues, which is something which is becoming more and more relevant also for general art history or visual studies. And to this heart, obviously, should add Maastricht University, which is the coordinator, and having a very developed and specific methodology in analyzing past monument through embodied experience in collaborating between medical sciences and art history, in my own research group. We should then add that we had in the US specialists, especially the Graduate Center at Rutgers University in New Jersey, in, let's say, treasury issues. Maybe for you, treasury is more linked with smoke and in general, the history of dragons in the Lord of the Ring and whatever, so kind of science fiction stories. But indeed, treasury is a really crucial notion both for pre-modern and modern and early modern Europe. And so we needed these two specialized research groups working only on treasuries. And the last part of the consortium is constituted both by let's say, a publisher, of books, which is Roman publishing house Gela, having a huge impact on the, let's say, European research and beyond. And so we needed this partner to help us with the distribution of our final products, which are, by the way, books, since we are still art historians. And the second one is the Cultural Center from Conk, which is specialized in disseminating actually basically all possible inputs about this site in the region. So we had, thanks to Viel and Conk, partners sharing on both local and global level the results of our investigation. Now, just to let you understand what does it mean to work in a transdisciplinary way in art history today, that means to scan all the buildings we are working on, to try to reconstitute them in 3D models, obviously, but also try to find what is underground, for example, in scanning the different zones of the different buildings. And this is what we are actually doing right now in Conk in order to search what cannot be seen anymore. So we are actually using technologies coming from, let's say, engineering, and we are actually applying them to more theoretical frameworks as well as to conclusions of physicians analyzing human body. So in a way, our consortium is constituted by specialists of, let's say, 5 different fields, and we are trying to constitute a sort of research protocol, how to analyze an object from the past, in putting together both humanities and technological sciences plus part of biological sciences. So all this together to understand the human heritage in a way. Now, this sounds kind of great idea. I hope so, at least because I like it a lot. As you can imagine, to coordinate 7 partners is everything but easy. And so I'm always saying that on the one side, this first joke is somehow showing how easy it is to become the leader of such a group. When I pull the sword from the stone, will lead this project. So I was like designated as being the most powerful and crazy, I would say. So it's the reason why I was able to put the sword out. And also, as you can imagine, to somehow coordinate a project within the COVID pandemic times when this project is constructed, thanks to mobilities from one institution to the other, was just more than crazy. We actually survived the first year, surprisingly enough. We were even able to send people in secondment to Kong in February 2021, which sounds like a really crazy situation. We were really crossing the borders while German police was trying to stop us, but we reached Kong. And actually, we were then able to stay probably the unique place in the world where actually COVID was not present, because Kong has today 50 inhabitants. So we were living in a village where COVID was actually absent. So coordinating the group is quite complex on the one side, because you have really 7 partners of a very high intellectual level with many commitments, and this is kind of not easy just to manage the communication. But I should say that we have a series of structural elements which are helping us to go beyond these problems. And we had also COVID to go through, and luckily enough, we were able to do so. Obviously, there were limitations we were unable to overpass, like, I don't know, for example, the Max Planck Institute that decided to not let no one of his employees to leave the institute for 1.5 years. So we had to move the secondments and all that, but finally this somehow was possible and thus successful. What I would like to say, and I see there one of the problems of the RISE scheme, is that this would be just impossible. I would be unable to solve the problem if I would not have a crazy project manager, which is here presented in the likeness of Maria Okáčová. I think that the small joke is perfectly showing how impressive and important is the role of Maria in the project. And I actually see as one of the weaknesses of the RISE scheme that it is not eligible. I mean, between the eligible costs, there are no costs for administration, while these projects are extremely demanding in administration, because, as you know, the funds are arriving to the PI, so basically to me or my institution, and we are obliged to send this money all around the world, Europe and the world, and this is not always easy. So we were able to find a compromise, hiring Maria with the money of part of the overall costs, but still this is kind of one of the issues which are really linked with the RISE scheme. So as coordinator, actually, this is extremely stimulating, because you are facing a very transdisciplinary and transcultural, as well, panorama. This is helping you to communicate and facilitate many aspects. But I would say this is also quite complex if you don't have a project manager which is helping you, as Maria is doing in this very case with me. So I should say that without her, it would be really, really hard to manage. Now, I think that if I should somehow summarize what the RISE is right now for us, I would say that this is an incredible opportunity, especially, obviously, for the junior researcher, because we are really sharing an impressive amount of knowledge within our teams, but also communicating through the other teams by the mobilities, obviously. So at this very moment, I have 4 of my PhD students which are working in New York, in 2 of the best universities you can just imagine to reach, collaborating with their local specialists. And obviously, this is very kind of useful for them under any possible aspects. The other point is as well that, in a way, RISE is sort of mad project, because you don't have really persons which are hired by the project, but you can actually create connection in an unexpected ways. So this was one of the major kind of energetic basement to constitute the project, because we knew that we can try to do something completely crazy, and I would say that we are now on the way of achieving it. So we will probably create a transdisciplinary protocol which has never been experienced before. So this is really extremely interesting. If I should touch, and I think this is also fair to do so, one of the weaknesses of the RISE scheme, I would say that this major weakness, or its major weakness, is that apart from a large paragraph we wrote on gender and family issues, gender issues within the project scheme, obviously, the project is extremely unfriendly towards figures who are actually don't belong to, let's say, any sort of scheme, like being single, for example. So just to let you understand, I think Martin had the mic on, so I'm hearing myself twice. Okay, thank you, Martin. Now, this is just to say that what I'm now experiencing in the first person is that the scheme does not count at all. You can have a family, and that you can need to move with this family for a long secondment. And just to illustrate the situation in a very precise way, when we wrote this project successfully in spring 2020, I was just with my wife perfectly happy to move all around the world. Right now, I'm even more happy being the father of a 1-year-old small, lovely girl, and suddenly I promised a certain large amount of secondments all around the world, and I should move with all the family, because I will not let my small daughter staying 2 or 3 or 4 months without her father, with a very small secondment, let's say, amount of money, which is absolutely not enough to move with all the family. And I was surprised enough to see that there is no idea within the scheme that someone may have family, and that this family can even arrive during the project, which can happen in 4 years, right? I mean, at least in theory. So I think this is something we should have in mind, that if you wish to have a RISE scheme, you need really to have a lot of additional funds to support families and especially families with small kids. This is one point. And the second, I think this is more for Zuzana and the other, is that we should make pressure on European Union to do something with this, because I feel it really as a major weakness of all the scheme, which in certain cases can like push the scheme in a direction which is that we never would like to, meaning scheme discriminating families with small kids and possibly being gender discriminating. So to conclude, what can I say? I can say that our CONC project is running, and I believe this is a project which can somehow change the understanding of one medieval site. You would maybe say this is not so much, who cares about Middle Ages? I would on the contrary say that this research is something which is really touching some of the fundamental pillars of what is our shared European identity. And I'm really grateful that the European Union decided to support it with the Research Commission, because we are really, especially in the moment we are living right now between the Corona crisis and the terrible events of Ukraine, having the possibility to show how and in which way Europe has been built, going through phenomena such as imperialism. France was the big, bad imperial power in the 19th century. Nationalism, yes, France has been one of the most aggressive nations of the second half of the 19th century, with a very strong national discourse. But as well, this is the place where the European Union has been built in a few progressive steps, and thus seeing to the past is a way of looking to the future. I see as well as one of the potentiality of this project really extraordinary possibility to be putting together energies and knowledges from very different fields, and in a freedom which is actually thematic. I should say that, and maybe this is not the best advertisement ever, but I should say that the Marie Curie RISE is actually much more open-mind scheme than, for example, the ERC. In the ERC, my impression is that we are more and more conservative as evaluators and as being evaluated. And in the RISE scheme, I see much more open-mindedness, because by necessity this should be done so, because if you wish to combine 7 different actors, you need an open-mind vision. Lastly, I think that this is a great opportunity also for the involved person at all levels, meaning the young scholars, the medium career one, and for someone as myself, meaning the coordinator, this is indeed a very big challenge in a way, but as well a moment where you can really see what does it mean to constitute a really solid network all around the world, because we are going from the let's say Euro-Atlantic zone, because you are going beyond the ocean. And this is, to my side, also a very important aspect. So this, I think, is it, and I'm absolutely happy to answer to any of your questions. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ivan, for your great presentation, also for sharing with us your feedback from the point of the coordinator. And In fact, we have two questions, or one question. I didn't want to interrupt you, but the point is that our participants cannot turn on their cameras because they are watching only the stream of this info day. So that's why we those who are speakers or organizers, we can see you, and that's why we at least try to turn on our cameras and make you feel that you have the real audience. But don't worry, there are still participants watching this session, hopefully. So that's just explanation. And then one question concerning specifically SOC panel. So is it difficult to fulfill the requirements regarding cooperation between academia and non-academic institutions in social and humanities panel, or how was it with your
Yeah, it was actually not difficult at all in a way, because we turned it up towards the most natural, interlocutors we are working with all days. I actually believe we should be really simple. So I was asking myself, who are actually the non-academic institutions I'm working the most with? And so for me as an art historian, these are definitely publishers, cultural institutions, and galleries and museums. So we went to these natural interlocutors, and this worked perfectly well. Finally, we had two of them, and I believe it is still working quite well. So I would really, in a way, search for the more easiest way. What obviously can be a problem for us are the mobilities in the other directions, because you know that we can exchange partners between the partners, between the academic and non-academic, or European and non-European. And in one direction, so going, for example, to Congo to work with the local institutions is perfectly interesting for all the consortium, but for the, let's say, cultural interactors of Congo, coming to Brno is not exactly so appealing for a settlement of 1 month. So one of our weaknesses was this evident disproportion. We are all going to Congo, but the guys from Congo are not exactly happy or interested in going to Brno, because their job is to really work on cultural interactions in the region. And by the way, their knowledge and their know-how is specific to the region, and we don't have the same at all. We are in academic institutions. So the exchange of knowledge in this direction was not totally kind of balanced, because they have knowledge we don't have, and they are not exactly interested in learning our know-how. So this can be a slight problem, but I think the evaluation is quite fair. So if you write it, and once more, this is one of the potential weaknesses. I see it as a strength. We will certainly not be able to inspire a local figure communicating with the local population by what we are doing in academia. But I think this is absolutely okay. And our project was evaluated, I think, 97.4%. So this was not such a tragedy. And so I would be really very confident. We have many partners outside of academia, and this is just to be very simple. Not try to find anything sophisticated, searching for specialized laboratories, I don't know what. Just think on your natural interlocutors, and these are the good ones.
Thank you very much for answering this question, and congratulations on the score. So this is really a success story, a good example to follow, Ivan. So thanks again for being with us. And now it's time to move, because we have still two projects to be presented in this session. And I will now give the floor to Dr. Pavel Malý from Charles University, who is going to share his experience with his individual fellowship project and give some tips, recommendations for future applicants. So Pavel, the floor is yours. If you can now start sharing, I can see that you are sharing your presentation, and you can start.
Okay, thanks a lot. Hello, everyone. So I am Pavel Mali, and yeah, now I'm at the Faculty of Mathematics and Physics in Charles University in Prague. And I came here actually to Prague at this Marie Curie project called Fluorescence Detected Transient Absorption Microscopy. And yeah, I decided to have a bit more practical talk in the sense that I'd like to simply tell you how I came to write this proposal and how it went and so on. So yeah, it will be put that way. So apologies, I will not talk much about the physics. I'm a physicist. I will not talk much about the physics. So if you're interested more in the physics and so on, then don't hesitate to ask or so. So briefly, just to make an idea how it came that I came with the Marie Curie bag. So I studied here at the Charles University, my bachelor's and master's. And then I moved to Amsterdam to my PhD, then to Germany for postdoc. And then from Germany, I came back with the Marie Curie to Prague. So this is possible. So you know, you can always look at the criteria, what or they are, and so on. And here it's something like the last 2 years you must not be at the institution or so. So and here it simply works like that. So for me, this was the main motivation was to be able to come back and to lead my project over here. Okay. So quickly about the project, at least to show some picture. So the project is called Fluorescence Detected Transient Absorption Microscopy. So the idea is that we are trying to connect two different worlds, basically. So you have the world of fluorescence microscopy, which is used in biological sciences and beyond, and it's very sensitive and well developed and so on. And the world of ultrafast spectroscopy, where you use laser pulses and you have very high time resolution, but typically no spatial resolution or very limited one. So here, this project is basically developing a new technique which combines this pulsed laser excitation and this fluorescence detection, and then uses it to some biological samples. And yeah, here's a picture from my lab. I didn't say I came here in fall last year. So I've been here, what, 6 months or something. So yeah, I'm just in the middle of building everything. So it's busy times now, and you can see how the pulses look in the lab and so on. Okay, but let me proceed to the more formal practical stuff then. Yeah, so about this proposal thing, so I was applying for this individual fellowship. This means that I have these 10 pages of this proposal, and so there's these 3 parts: this excellence and impact implementation parts, and I really dedicated quite a lot to this describing what we will do actually. So it took about 6.5 pages, and out of that 5.5 for the actual topic what we'll be doing. So yeah, I think that's important, and this works out. Then I had 1 page of impact and 2.5 pages of the actual implementation. I don't know, maybe it's practical to know what somebody is writing. And then I like to share some things, some comments from this evaluation thing, just to give you an idea what people consider important and what they look for in these proposals. So all these things are simply such that can I go back 1 slide here? Maybe doesn't matter. All these comments are basically such that the evaluators found the things that they are requested or written in the template or in the instructions. They found them in the proposal again. So you get things like challenges are described, strategy addresses realistically, and so on. Approach is innovative, and so on. You have interdisciplinary aspects. You have the aspects of connecting the specific expertise of the guest and the host. You have the exchange of knowledge, and so on. We have described the hosting arrangements, and so forth and so forth. And if you look at these words, I try to make them in bold here. You actually really recognize that like you've seen these before, and you've seen them in this instructions what to write. Then there are these other parts. There are parts, like about this impact part, so that I have concrete career plans, and they align with some acquired skills, and there's concrete plans for dissemination, communication, and so on and so on. And then you have the the implementation part, and this again continues the same way that that you see that there's this Gantt chart gives us a good detailed overview of all these activities, and included some preliminary work and so forth and so on. And there's infrastructure. You mentioned the risks, they're defined and addressed and so forth. So the point is that from all these, this is how the Gantt chart looked like before. So this is how the Gantt chart looked like, by the way. So I had this like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 work packages: project management, knowledge transfer, technique development, measurements, and then communication dissemination, and then a couple of tasks in each, some milestones, some deliverables. And for fun, I actually took a look now and see how it works out. And turns out actually it works out quite well. So it is possible to make it realistic and actually follow it. So this may be like, I was a bit skeptical to this. The first time I used such a thing, and then I was like, okay, it's a formal thing, you put it. But actually, I found myself coming back to this plan during the thing, and like checking what are we up to and so on, and it does work. Like so, if you look, in the project management, sure. You make some plan what you do with the data and how you order the parts and so on. And the knowledge transfer part, I already learned a lot of things, how to work with this microscope and so on. I did some course on it. In the technique development, we achieved to put the pulses in the microscope. We have some interferograms and so on. We have some data which we wanted to acquire, and it even did work out. I must say that, for example, the faculty was quite welcoming, that it was possible to have a press release on the web page that we got this grant, and then I put some web page online, and then then you can tell some student, and then maybe they can help in the lab to build this building and so on. I had some talk to students and so on. So this works out. So this is good. So just to have an overview. So in summary, simply about this proposal, what you want to write, or what you want to aim to, in my opinion, is that you want to come up with this cool and realistic project. So it's some balance. Some is to, of course, innovative, but at least it has to work out, of course. That is your own, so it connects to your experience, to what you did before. So it's logically, it's not like, oh, I see this, I will do something now. It has to somehow continue from your experience, and it has to fit into the scope of the host group, because then you can very easily write all these things about the knowledge transfer and so on. So if you choose a project like this, then actually you will not struggle and so on. So then you have this matching of the expertise and so on. It helps to have some preliminary data to show that you know what you're doing, and indicate that it might work. Don't be afraid also to write risks or so. In the sense that every project has risks, and it's good to show that you are aware of them. Wherever you. So we do have risks that things will not work out, and we do have contingency plans, what we will do, how to proceed elsewhere and so on. So it's good to think about like what will happen, how the projects will work out, And wherever you are writing some things, such as where you will publish something, which course you will take, and so on. Always think about the possible specific things that you will do, and then we will publish this, and of course you will publish it somewhere. Of course you don't know yet the journal and so on, but you can say, we'll publish it in journals such as this one, and okay, it will be maybe different one, but nobody will punish you for that or whatever. And same about the courses and the conferences and so on. So it's good to give, let's say, this detailed thought of looking what's the possibilities simply, and then picking some specifics to just demonstrate, also for yourself to make an idea how it will work out. And only if you consider together all these aspects, then it is actually you can have a realistic proposal. So I think that works. And of course, once more, at the risk of repeating, to me, what really helped to follow this template point by point. So there's these little headings and then all these things, and if you simply follow these and you write what they ask for, then it came back that these are actually the things that the people are looking for. So this simply works. How it works so far? Well, So the main motivation was to come back to the home country, worked out. The idea was that there was the option to build this in this setup, this combination I wanted in this lab. So this is great. There's this natural knowledge transfer in the sense that I can do ultra-fast pulses, and I learned the biological part here. So this is also nice, and I can start something in my research lab here. So this is great. Actually, same as Ivan in the previous talk, I struggled. I mean, I found that the family aspect is not so well solved in this Marie Curie, in the sense that your family status cannot change. So unfortunately, I got married 1 month after the deadline. So too bad for me. So you know, like the fact that now I'm here and my wife is here, I have kids and so on. This is of course somehow going parallel, but yeah, that's life. So the advantage of this project is that well, actually, in contrast to this complicated consortium we just heard about, is that here it's relatively simple. That you're your own project, and you can learn, or you can manage it yourself and so on. So you can manage it, but careful, because there's almost no money, for example, for equipment or something. So when you're like arranging these things with your host, be sure that that you arrange that there will be a means for you to realize the project and so on. So formally, you're supposed to, according to the grant agreement, work 100% on the project. This, as we already heard today, can be decreased by amending the grant agreement, and it's of course okay to do some other activities as long as they align with your career development or so goals. And of course, I mean now I'm here now half a year, so it's a very short time, but it's a quarter of the of this individual fellowship. So time flies, and 2 years are short. So be sure you plan these things in advance, like plan how you will start, if you actually will be ready, ideally if there will be somebody in the lab who can help you and so on. So that's I think is important. And yeah, I really don't want to talk long, so I'd like to finish with yeah, a couple of quotes from Marie Curie. Actually, I found this book by Richard Gandeman. It's actually very interesting. It writes about the life of Marie Skłodowska-Curie in the context of the researchers around, and very interesting times. People discussing how the science developed and so on. And of course, quotes like these are very motivating for the times of writing the proposal. So I will not add to these, and just wrap up by wishing you good luck.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think it was really brilliant, motivating. So thank you for sharing your experience, Pavel. And just to add a couple of things. So you are a great example how a researcher who went abroad to get new knowledge, experience, can reintegrate into the scientific community in the Czech Republic. So that's perfect, and that's why we also decided to invite you as a success story. I should mention that under Horizon Europe, there are no specific panels such as reintegration or society and enterprise, etc. But all these researchers are, of course, all this call is open to all these researchers, so they can participate. So this is my first point. And then talking about the family allowance, you are right that under Horizon 2020 the rule was quite strict, so you were entitled to get the family allowance if you had a family or children, if you were married at the time of the deadline or at the time of submitting your proposal. But I have good news for future applicants that under Horizon Europe the rule is let's say more flexible. So if you, for example, get married after the submission of your proposal or during the implementation, you can ask for this type of contribution also after the call deadline. So this is kind of more friendly towards your personal lives, I suppose. So many thanks. We don't have any specific question, but I think you included in your presentation a lot of useful tips and recommendations which can be used by our potential applicants. So many thanks once again. And before finishing today's program, we have still one presentation. And it will be given by a representative of a company, Ms. Natalia Pecháčková from Contipro, and she is going to present the involvement of her company in Marie Skłodowska-CURIE Actions. So this can demonstrate that not only academic institutions, but also small and medium enterprises, companies, non-academic sector can be very well involved, participate in MSCA. So I hope now she's ready. So good afternoon to Natalia Pecháčková, and I will now give you the floor.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Natalie, and I hope that you can see my slides I'm sharing now and that you can hear me properly. I work as a coordinator, as a project coordinator in a company, Contipro. And today I would like to introduce you to Marie Skłodowska-CURIE Action Project that we are currently participating in. It is not quite common for companies to participate in these types of projects. So let me introduce ourselves firstly. Our company, Contipro, is a biotechnological company with 30 years of tradition, and it's situated in a small village, Dolní Dobrouč. It's in eastern Bohemia. And our core product is hyaluronic acid, which is a multifunctional unbranched polysaccharide, a natural part of a human body where it forms tissues and binds water. And it has a variety of biological effects. And in Contipro, we focus primarily on HA's role as an active, both pharmaceutical and cosmetical ingredient. Besides that, we focus on wound healing. So this is why you can see iodine in here, which is our medicinal product that harnesses the synergy of hyaluronic acid and iodine. And it's designed to heal chronic and infected wounds, such as diabetic ulcers, and so on. Our other product is Solarex, which is a product that harnesses the synergies of hyaluronic acid and octanidine. And it is designed to heal chronic, complicated, and acute wounds, and wounds with a high risk of developing infection too. And there are many other products that you can see here from this field, but we are also working on veterinary products. And so you can see Bonharin in here, which is injectable medication. It's a pure hyaluronic acid. It's designed for treatment of joint problems, and also an anagram, which is animal kind of iodine. And also, because we care about prevention, you can see Galaran in here, which is our joint nutrition in a form of gelatin tablets. And there are various variants of Galaran. It's for dogs, for horses, and now it's available for humans too. And finally, we have our own nanofiber production apparatus. So now I would like to introduce you our research and development department, because we are currently constantly working on new products to make our portfolio even richer. So this is the reason why you can find more than 100 of researchers on almost 4,000 square meters of industry-leading laboratories. And in fact, there's a total of approximately 300 people working in the company. So almost half of them works in our research and development. This is also the reason why there is more than 100 patents and utility models, and also more than 10 publications every year. We develop new forms of hyaluronic acid, and we then apply these forms. We find the future applications for them. So the forms you can see, it's hydrogel, it's microfibers, staple fibers, nanofibers, and others. And we used various applications for them. For example, tissue engineering, targeted drug delivery, wound healing, and surgical materials too. And mainly thanks to our ability to work with hydrogels that are widely used in tissue engineering, we got an opportunity to work on many international innovative projects, such as AmCare, Neurim, Drive, Immogel, or N2B patch. And currently, we are working on 2 projects in Horizon 2020 program, and both of them are Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions. First of them is PMS Med Train that started in 2019, and it is focused on the treatment of progressive multiple sclerosis. And the next one is Bio2Brain that focuses on a nose-to-brain delivery of biopharmaceuticals for the therapy of central nervous system disease. And this project started at 221. And in both of these projects, we lead the student to obtain a PhD, and we cooperate with universities so we can provide training in both academic field and industrial environment, because since we are a company, we can't award a student with a PhD. So we need to cooperate, because we want to be a part of this project where a student can obtain a PhD degree. Even if we met some cases where the company did not cooperate with the university, but it meant that the students just didn't have an opportunity to award to get a degree, and this is what we didn't want to. So this is the reason why we cooperate with universities in the Czech Republic. And now I would like to introduce these projects in more details. So you can see that the consortium of a PMS Med Train project is quite big. And the coordinator of this project is the University of Galway. University of Galway actually invited us into the project because it was on the basis of our previous cooperation. We already worked together on a project Drive and AmCare. And our ESR student in this case is Tutut Habibah, and she is from Indonesia, and she works under the guidance of our hydrogels and tissue engineering expert Martin Pravda. And we cooperate with Tomáš Baťa's University in Zlín in this case, and especially with Dr. Marek Inger, who is the supervisor of our ESR. Our ESR student studies the part-time mode of the study program, technology of macromolecular substances. And we are doing the experimental part of the work. And in the company, she is working on hyaluronic acid-based hydrogels, which is really in close connection to our applied research. So it's really useful for us too. The other project we have in here is Bio2Brain, where the coordinator is Fraunhofer. And this project builds upon the result of previous project N2B patch. And even the consortium remains the same. So this is the reason why we are here, why they invited us, because they had a good experience with us. And our ESR student in this case is Seth Asamoah. He is from Ghana, and he works also under Martin Pravda. The cooperation in this case is with the Faculty of Pharmacy from Charles University in Hradec Králové, and namely with Dr. Eva Schneiderová, who is the supervisor of our ESR. And in this project, we are working on characterization of our hydrogels, and so it's really useful for us in applied research too. Well, let me tell you something about our motivation to be a part of these types of projects. Firstly, the projects are focused on education, which is in line with our company's philosophy. And ContiPro is really focused on supporting education, and we organize our own educational programs that are designed for all ages groups. It's from preschoolers to postgraduate students. We have set up and sponsor a nursery and a primary school, which is called Erudio, and we organize programs for secondary school students, which is called FIBIC, and also for undergraduates, and this program is called Institute. Also, it gives us an opportunity to cooperate with universities. And by that, I mean the universities from the Czech Republic that helps us to provide our ESR students with education, because we do care about cooperation with universities and we do care about helping each other. And this is the reason why this project is also really good for us, because we are in a relationship with the university, in a close relationship, and we can share some information, we can work on other projects and so on. So this is other reason why it's really important for us. Also, being a part of Marie Skłodowska-CURIE projects gives us an opportunity to focus on a basic research, because we are a company, so we are focusing on applied research. We want new products, we want to see our results, and this is a great opportunity to work harder on basic research. So this is one of the reasons why it's really useful for us, why it's really good. And also, Marie Skłodowska-CURIE action projects are looking for highly talented students. And the student, in fact, is our employee now. And if the relationships will be all right, and if he will like Czech Republic and many other factors that we can really make him to make his mind to stay here. But in fact, if everything's go right, he can become our employee one day. So this is maybe one of the reasons, because we are looking into the future. And last but not least, being a part of Marie Skłodowska-CURIE action project brings us an opportunity to establish good relationships with other members of the consortium, and to become members of some new European projects that are based on previous collaborations. So, for example, 2 members of a consortium of Bio2Brain project already invited us into other European projects that are not Marie Skłodowska-CURIE Actions character. Well, I think that this is all from me. I try to be clear. And now I'm open to answer your question. I won't be alone. There will be also Martin Pravda, who is our PI, who is the mentor of our ESR students. So if you have any questions, just feel free to ask us.
Thank you very much, Natalia, for your presentation, for sharing your testimonial, your experience with the involvement in MSCA projects. It was very interesting. Also, the motivation part of your presentation, because of course we try to promote the opportunities within Marie Skłodowska-CURIE Actions among companies, among non-academic institutions, but it's true that sometimes it's hard to reach this sector, but it is obvious that there are companies active in this kind of project. So we have received one question, so I think I can read it. Petra is sharing Slido. How did you join the MSCA projects? Were you invited by a coordinator, or did you actively search for research institutions interested in cooperating? And I don't know whether you want to answer, or your colleague who joined us wants to answer.
Well, I already said it, but maybe I would give a floor to Martin so he can say his point of view.
Okay, good afternoon. We were invited by coordinators, and this invitation, these were based on our previous cooperations. In the case of the Bio2Brain, it was a cooperation with Fraunhofer Institute from Stuttgart, and we cooperate with this institute for last 6 years, 7 years. And we develop, within this cooperation, we develop several kinds of biomaterials. And once they decided to join this kind of the project, we decided to join them, because it's this kind of project, it's a great opportunity for networking. And also it's a way how to introduce our company as a modern and innovative company, where young people can find a place to realize their career. And this is a very important point, because we are a company from countryside, in fact, from Orlické, and it's not a typical destination for young scientists. But I believe that we can offer a lot of opportunities to young scientists, and because it's not just about those students which we are hosting here, but it's also about the secondments, because other students from that consortium or consortia, they are coming to have a secondman here in our company. So we are continuously introducing our research and developing center to all Europe, and this is very important for us.
Thank you. And I can see a new question. What was the biggest challenge for you as a company when participating in the ITN projects?
Well, I will start. Maybe Martin can tell something more if it will come to his mind. I think that the hardest thing that we can't award a student with a PhD. So you have to think about the university that you will invite into the project. You have to think about the team, the faculty, and everything others who can match this, who is the one who can be a part of that with you. And I think that this is the hardest thing, because when you're an academic institution, everything is in-house, so it's quite easier. For us, it's not so easy, because it's not our rules in some cases, so we just have to work with some rules that are already given. But fortunately, we met great people in universities, and we also have a great students who are working hard and who want to cooperate. So there was no big problem with this. It was just maybe harder for us in the beginning, but I think that when everything was done and letter of commitment was signed and other stuff was done, then it's now okay, and we feel like other academic institutions. We can hear you, Martin.
Yeah, if you can, Martin, if you can.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to thank you, to colleagues from university, especially Dr. Schneiderova and Dr. Inger, because they are really helpful. We have regular meetings, usually once per month. We have at least a con call, and it is very important, because we have students. Tutut, she's from Indonesia. Seth, he's from Ghana. Although they had experiences with Europe, because they studied, at least master degree, they studied in Europe, but to introduce them to the system of the Czech education and these things, of course, that it's a lot of work, and colleagues from university, they are really helpful, and I really appreciate that I can cooperate with them.
Thanks a lot. So I think this was the last reply to our discussion within the third afternoon session. Now it's time to thank all the presenters, all the speakers, not only in this last session, but from the very beginning of our Info Day. So I hope that our participants enjoyed the National Information Day on Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions. Our objective was to give you a complex picture about Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions. For obvious reasons, we were not able to go into detail. But as you know, we are currently preparing more specific events, information sessions, and trainings for you. So I would like to remind you that there are two calls for doctoral networks and postdoctoral fellowships, which will be soon in May, on the 12th of May, opened. So don't miss this opportunity. Get ready to prepare a competitive proposal, and of course, don't hesitate to profit from the support provided at national level by the Technology Center. Together with MSCA evaluators and also MSCA fellows, other colleagues involved in this type of projects who can, of course, share their experience and give you valuable hints and feedback. So that's it from my side. I would like to thank all my colleagues from the Technology Center who participated, and without them it wouldn't be possible to organize such a big event. So I have already mentioned our colleague Petra Ondračková. She is not visible, but she is a key person. I would also like to thank our IT colleagues who are responsible for web streaming, and of course my colleague Petra, who was sitting throughout the whole day together with me, moderating with me and helping with Slido. So thank you for your time, for being with us, and we wish you good luck and see you soon at another occasion. So thank you and goodbye. Have a nice rest of the day.
Goodbye.